This is a true crime discussions channel. We speculate. This is all just speculation. Because it's true crime, it's for mature audiences only. There will be no children allowed, no exceptions. Everything on this channel falls under fair use. Please remember to like, comment, subscribe, and share. It's free. Hey, it just got like so loud here. I was trying to wait for that to stop, but I can't. Somebody said Rooster was gray and it threw me off for a second. I apologize about that. I don't know what that was all about. We are going to deep dive into Anthony Shott's account, but Keegan Kline, and look at some other people too, that I wanted to talk about. Hello, Anders and Eek and Jenny and Bad Girl. I saw QuickBooks online tips and tricks. Hello, Pinto, Serena, Paranormal. There you are. Abellas, Pinto, Eek, Bad Girl. I don't know if I said hey to you. I wanted to tell all of you, hey, all of you beautiful, lovely family members today. And I think I found like what I can on the Keegan Kline situation. If you guys know of anything else that I should look at, please let me know in the comments section. If you know of something that I can pull up to give us a better idea of Keegan Kline and that aspect of it. I'm going to try this one first. This is a 9-minute and 35-second video from Mob Crew. I'm hoping he explains where all this started. That's what I'm trying to show you right now, where everything started with the Anthony Shott's account and all of that. Hold on just a minute.
That I had, well, the Anthony Shott's account had.
Okay, so
what the whole thing started was they said that
this is going to be Keegan Kline talking. And he's going to talk about the Anthony Shott's account. Anthony Shott's was a fake profile that was made, and that fake profile account holder was talking to Abby and Libby, and it's suspected that that account holder was going to meet them there that day. The Anthony Shott's profile was a fake picture of a supermodel. I will try to pull up some pictures of that as well if they don't show it.
Said that I had, well, the Anthony Shott's account had contacted Libby and was talking to her, which I know 100% it was not me. But yeah, I know exactly who it was. The police know, but they don't want to say it in the court.
Keegan Kline did an interview with Anya.
Okay, I apologize. I thought this was Mob Crew and it's somebody else. Yeah, this is not what I wanted. I sincerely apologize about that. All right, let me pull up something I know is accurate. I had a few court TVs, and I know that they will break it down for me. So let's watch this from the local news station there. It might give us a little bit of an idea of where Keegan Kline comes from and everything behind that real quick. Let me start it over for you. Manchester Vicky. Hey, how are you? Thank you for being here. Okay, so this is going to be from the local news station, and it's going to explain the Keegan Kline aspect of the Delphi case.
I feel like I'm being harassed completely.
Did you have anything to do with the murders of Abby or Libby?
Not at all, and I gave up my DNA, a hair follicle test. I've done everything they wanted me to.
In December, Delphi investigators announced that catfish account Anthony Shott's was active on Instagram and Snapchat in 2016 and 2017, and they asked for anyone who interacted with that profile to come forward. But more than a year ago, then 26-year-old Keegan Kline admitted to investigators that he was behind the fake profile and that he used it to ask young girls for nude pictures and videos. Tell me about Anthony Shott's. Why did you create that profile?
I don't really know. I was just lonely, you know what I mean? Just talking to people. I don't know why I did it, really.
And were you ever trying to meet these girls in real life that you were talking to?
I apologize about the noise. Hey, Rich Buddy. It's nice to see you here today. Let me try to close that so it's not so loud. Again, we're watching this to get some kind of idea of Keegan Kline and who he was and his relation to the case. I wanted to make sure I said hey to you, Rich Buddy.
No, never.
Just 11 days after the murders of Abby and Libby, task force investigators served a search warrant on the home that Keegan shared with his dad. At the time, the FBI told the Lafayette Journal and Courier they found nothing to indicate a connection to the Delphi case. Keegan's electronics were confiscated then, but he wasn't arrested until 3 years later.
Thank you, Abellis. Abellis gifted 10 memberships. So if you were gifted a membership from her, please tell her thank you. Thank you so much, Abellis. I really appreciate that. Thank you.
He's now facing 30 counts of child pornography and child solicitation in Miami County, Indiana, unrelated to the Delphi murders.
Let me play. I know you like the video. I'm sorry. Let me play the video for Abellis. Thank you so much for gifting memberships. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you again, Abellis. All right, we'll get back to playing this.
He says, though, that Indiana State Police told him Anthony Schatz had been communicating with Libby before her murder. So why do you think investigators are putting so much focus on you right now?
I have no clue. Because I think it's because they said I was the last person to talk to her, is what they've told me.
And then she shows up at the bridge and they're abducted and later found dead.
Right.
And that was not you?
No, 100% not.
Keegan says he has no memory or knowledge of communicating with Libby, and investigators haven't confirmed if what he says is true. Do you think you're going to be charged with anything related to Abby and Libby's murder?
No, I don't.
So the state police haven't threatened that?
No.
So that's interesting. I know the Bob crew did some videos on Keegan Kline. I wanted to show you guys where they are going in the river collecting evidence because they did that and it kind of blew my mind. Okay, fine then. Be that way, computer. Thank you. So I'll show you this. It says Keegan Kline has some confessions, and so do I. I'm going to try to skip through.
What if I told you that instead of setting
like an actual live stream, I'm going to try to skip through it and get to the important parts of it. This is going to be from Mob Crew. Hold on. They're doing an intro. Okay. Hold on just a minute.
Yeah, let me go back to the. So let's see. Yeah, 3 hours and 24 minutes.
Oh.
So his show ended at 7:30 my time. Now, I did a video where I uploaded because I was trying to figure out where the car was being took out of because that hadn't been known yet. So all the content creators were trying to figure out where the car actually went into the water.
That was Kylie Rodney.
Lives Travis Trexler, which is the Country Club Road. So you've got all these locations that are just, within.
Were destroyed. And he says that these crucial pieces of evidence were just actually destroyed at a fire or burn pit
Okay, hold on.
located at the residence of.
So he's about to talk or play something where somebody's talking about Keegan Kline and some type of confession to the crime.
You know, I think
Thank
we
you,
all wish
Billy.
it would move a lot faster, but you know, it's gonna take a little bit. So let's listen to just first little part of that Murder Sheet podcast where they just talk about the burnt barrels. We'll skip through it a little bit. Of course, you know, I've asked for permission to play just, you know, bits and pieces.
Talking about horrific crimes can be
Content warning.
connected homicide.
Police about what happened on the day of the murders. Namely, you'll recall that we said that Keegan Kline told police that Keegan Kline actually was waiting inside a red.
I know I can't go back to her super chat, Miss Dog Lover.
Okay, I'm going to play this while I try to pull up the Murder Sheet podcast. I sincerely apologize. I've been trying to pull stuff. I need to check my Discord.
I don't know why it after so many things, it won't let me. I'm so sorry. I wanted to get everything out, and I thought I could go back. Thank you, Miss Dog Lover. If you just want to type it out in your next chat, and then I'll read it without, you know, it's a super chat.
Murder Sheet podcast, Keegan Kline.
Jeep at the time the murders
And thank you, Jennifer.
were occurring. Now we're going to reveal a bit more about that story that he told. But before we do, we want to repeat the same warning we gave you last time, which is that Keegan Kline is a known liar.
Yes, Keegan Kline is a known liar. I think that you have to pretty much check, verify, look into everything that comes out of his mouth. So not only do we kind of include this caveat whenever we're kind of talking about stories that he's told, but, you know, I think investigators also realize that this person is very challenged when it comes to telling the truth. You know, I think people following this case should really fundamentally understand that.
Most of the activities of which
I really think that there is a correlation between Keegan Kline and this thing that happened. And that's why I wanted to try to kind of pull up some things. Back when I was studying this case, I had watched several of his podcasts where he talked about it. And I apologize that this is from another live stream. I've been looking and all I can find is like really short videos. So if you guys find anything, let me know. I am going to play a Court TV where they play a portion of this or a different podcast about Keegan Kline as well.
which he's been credibly accused of involve creating a life of deceit. The Anthony Shots social media accounts he ran were a complete fabrication. They were him trying.
Hey, Brian Knock, it's good to see you here in Pure Romance by Stacey Raditz. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that.
Trying to make himself seem younger and better looking and more successful than he really was. This is a man we cannot.
Thank you so much, Jennifer, for the super sticker and the previous one. And like I said, Miss Dog Lover, if you just want to type out what you said and then I'll read it.
Not stress enough. This is a man who lies about everything. And so we're going to tell you some more details about his story, but keep in mind he is a liar. So this.
Hey, Angela, thank you for being here.
These additional details may be complete fabrications, they may be partially true, they may be completely true. But we have to approach it with a lot of skepticism.
Yes, I think skepticism and just, the acknowledgement that, we are trying to report on the direction this investigation is going. We are not endorsing Keegan Kline's story, and more of just trying to bring it to the attention of our listeners so they can understand what sort of activities and factors are going in behind the scenes on this very important case where people are searching for justice for Libby and Abby.
Okay, so I just want to address this. As far as I know, he's just out and about, but I'm not 100% sure. I've heard some people say they've seen sightings of Tony Kline, but I don't know if they're true or not. Curious to know what he's doing. I just said that this case is so close to my heart as my niece is now 13. The age of the girls, and I would die or kill for. Oh, yeah. Also ignore GH. He is an idiot.
And with that in mind, let's tell you a bit more about what Keegan Kline told police happened. Keegan Kline told police that at some point after the murders, some crucial pieces of evidence were destroyed. And he says that these crucial pieces of evidence were just actually destroyed at a fire or burn pit located at the residence of Keegan's grandparents and Tony's parents.
We told you a bit about those two individuals in a previous episode where we discussed Tony Kline's background, and we'll link to that in our show notes. But this is Jerry Kline and Linda Kline.
And we will say that in the past, we made an effort to speak with Linda Kline, and she made it clear that she was not interested in having a conversation with us.
And Jerry.
So just to point out, and I know I did just in this video that we just played. Let's see.
I really like him because he will make videos and he lays them out really good. I did just find a different, it looks like some kind of documentary talking about Richard Allen's Innocence that we can check out after this.
That's probably a good one. So just to kind of show you guys where everything's kind of at. So you've got the house, the 67 Canal Street, which was the house that Tony and his dad, Keegan and Tony were living in at the time in 2017 when the girls were murdered. So that was here. Then you have the grandparents' home, which is on Pawpaw Pike, which is like 5-6 minutes down the street, which is here. And of course,
does anybody know if I will get in trouble for playing Spotify on here? Like, I would get in trouble, right? That would be a copyright strike. If you know, let me know, please. Thank you.
That's where they
Michelle.
disposed of the evidence. They don't say what exactly. I would go on a limb to say at least clothing, you know. And then just north of that, 5 minutes away, is where the cousin lives, Travis Trexler, which is a country club road. So you've got all these locations that are just, you know, within all of them, no more than like, you know, 8 to 10 minutes from each other. And then right by it is where that the Wabash River search was going on, which was right here. So,
and I'll show you a picture of that before we watch this other documentary. There's a short video on that. Good morning, Anna D. Anna D says, why was Libby planning on meeting with law enforcement the next day? I don't know, love. I did not know that. If you have any more information on that, please let me know. That's interesting. Brian Knox says, do y'all think the jury will come to a verdict? When do you think the jury will come to a verdict? I'm thinking tomorrow. I think definitely tomorrow. If not tomorrow, then definitely by Tuesday, but probably tomorrow.
I said there's a lot of things, a lot of coincidences just kind of keep adding up. Pretty interesting.
Kline has actually passed away. He passed away earlier this year.
Before we go into what the police did with this information, I think it might be helpful to actually discuss what a burn pit or a fire pit is. I know when we recently moved back to Indiana, Anya was surprised to actually find a burn pit in our backyard. Our new backyard.
I'm going to skip this forward a little bit.
What a burn pit was.
Well, yeah, I where I'm from, have to deal with that. Apparently, that can be kind of a thing here.
And a burn pit is based.
And obviously, there's different types of burn pits. Like I just showed a burn barrel, but obviously, you know, it's just like a campfire pit that's built into the backyard in the ground. Just basically.
Thank you, Eek. Eek gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much. You guys are so sweet. If you guys were gifted a membership from Eek, please tell her thank you. I'm going to show y'all the where they were searching the river real quick, and then we're going to listen to the Murder Sheet podcast, and then we will watch that other documentary that I have. Let me play this video real quick for the memberships that were gifted. I really appreciate
This is a
that.
small town up there in Carroll County, and it's still distraught over the loss of two of their own.
In fact, our eyewitness news reporter Amy Long after July continues our team coverage.
My computer decided to have a moment. I apologize. Hold on just a minute. Hold on just a minute. Okay. Shit. It won't bring up my history on here. Let me pull up this Murder Sheet podcast. I can show you this short video about where they're searching in the river. Did y'all know that they searched in the river there by the Monon High Bridge? They were like looking in the river. Law enforcement, that is, was looking in the river, and I think they pulled out some kind of cell phone. I think it's this one. There's a lot going on here today. Yeah, so we'll watch this real quick. I think this is another mob crew, and I'll add this video to the playlist that I just got.
This water search. What did you observe anything? Did you go down there and see them doing it? Because I think you're the ones that took the pictures, right?
Yes, we went down there and saw them conducting this water search. It's important to note that we can get a couple of glimpses and ideas of what may be going on here through some court filings. Keegan Kline's defense attorney filed a motion with court asking the Keegan Kline's pretrial conference be delayed. And he said the reason for that is because negotiations are ongoing. A couple of days after.
I don't know if I will get in trouble for that music, but he's going to talk about, again, it's Mob Crew, and he's going to talk about this.
Wabash River continues into week 3. There have been new sightings of law enforcement.
I don't think so,
bringing
sir.
in
I'm
some
not sure.
kind of wood chipper, perhaps to clear out some trees as they move further down the river. Speaking with former Detective Steve from True Crime Web, he believes they wouldn't bring in a reconstruction team and some of this heavy equipment for just any case. And whatever they are looking for, they are willing to throw all resources at it to recover whatever evidence they are looking for. What's interesting is the reconstruction team is usually brought in to scan points of interest and the exact dimensions of objects, including evidence between each point. This could mean they have found some evidence and they need to keep track of where they found it. Also, Keegan Kline's cousin, Travis Trexler, who was arrested on September 1st for an outstanding warrant he had for a DUI. He has his hearing today at 1 p.m.
Now, obviously, this was in the past, so he's already had this hearing.
We should hopefully know whether he gets bail or not later today. We will go over the latest updates involving Keegan, Travis, and the Delphi murders in an upcoming live show. If you enjoyed today's short trip.
Okay. So I have the Murder Sheet podcast actual video with Keegan Kline. And then we will watch this documentary I have. Hold on, let me refresh it because I just put them in here. My computer is being slow. I sincerely apologize. I'm just not having a good day today on this stream as far as my computer anyway. There they are. Yay. Okay. Oh, I don't skip to the documentary. We're going to watch it. Okay, we got to wait for this commercial. I'll get rid of commercials later this month, but for right now, I just have to deal with it. I apologize. Okay. This again is going to be the Delphi murder footage of the murder sheets interview with Keegan Kline.
Hey.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you?
Pretty good. How you guys?
Not too bad. Thanks for taking the time. Can you hear us okay?
I know he's hard to hear. I want to make sure that I turned on closed captioning. You might have to try to read the closed captioning because he is hard to hear.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Yeah, so I guess you wanted us to talk a bit about what things your ex-girlfriend and your dad sort of said about you on the show. We're happy to recap that and, get a response if possible.
Okay.
A lot of basically your ex-girlfriend talked a bit about life with you, the start of the relationship, things seeming normal. A lot of the interview was her reaction to some of the things you've been charged with and sort of being pretty upset over that and essentially having some pretty negative things to say about that, I would say.
Right.
Ultimately, I would say she came down, pretty angry. She said some nice things about you through your personality, but I think regarding the whole CSAM thing kind of was upset enough to say at the end that she thinks people charged with things against kids should get the death penalty. So I think that was probably
Okay, I'm not, I don't want to be rude. Everybody has problems, but I think I'd probably feel the same way she does. I would, if I was with somebody and I found some things like that, I would have to leave and I would have to say there needs to be some charges filed, because I would prefer, if anybody is having any kind of wanting to look at some things like that, that you would seek help and not seek the material. That's just me, though. Call me crazy.
on the harsher side of what was said. But really it was just her experience. She didn't really have much to add about, other things or Delphi and things like that. But then again, you weren't dating at the time. And then with your father, that was he won't talk to us, so we figured that a spokesperson is better than no perspective from him at all. So through Rick, he basically indicated that he's pretty upset, feels that you may have told lies about him, and indicated that he thinks that if you were involved with Delphi, he would say death penalty, and if not, then he thinks the crimes against children deserves a serious sentence, life or something. So
remember that she was just saying that he is a known liar, and I do remember from looking into him before that he's known to lie a lot. He lies a lot to get attention. If anybody is paying attention to him, he loves it. So it's like that thing people tell you, sometimes kids act out because negative attention is better than no attention. He's one of those. Negative attention's better than no attention at all. And so he has been known to lie, from what I understand. And I'm going to try not to highlight comments just so you guys can see his face and see what the words are saying.
I think that was mostly the extent of
right, Sarah.
that.
Yeah.
And yeah, again, that wasn't him directly. That was through a person that he's sort of become friendly with. But we decided that sometimes it's better to get a statement through a spokesperson than just not include a perspective at all, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I understand.
And as far as that, I mean, I would just be curious, how does that make you feel when, two people you were once very close to are sort of saying that, kind of recommending harsh punishments?
I mean, I understand because the charges, you know what I mean? I completely understand why they say that, you know?
Right.
But due to my dad, I mean, it's just crazy because, I mean, I was with him that day. He knows I didn't do that, you know what I mean? And it's just crazy that he would say that because I don't know if you can look up his charges on whatever, I don't know, apps or whatever, but I mean, he's been charged with a lot of really messed up things, even with children, you know what I mean? So it's like him saying that is just like, I don't know, it blows my mind.
Right. I will say, in fairness, I believe your dad also noted that he did not think you were involved with the murders. So, you know, that was not his first thought, but
my issue is you had the Anthony Shots account and you were supposed to go there to meet them. You were in the area and completely capable of going there to meet them, but you didn't. I mean, I just don't get that. And there's several other suspects as well, other than Keegan Kline, that were in the area that day and had the ability to go meet the girls.
definitely, you know, just kind of, I think that's what he knows we cover. So I think he addressed that as a result. But I believe he said he did not think that. In terms of, you know, you mentioned, I think in a text to us that you're here because of your dad. Would you be
Hey, Mima, I just wanted to tell you, hey, I see what they're telling you. Hey, if I missed anybody else, please let me know by commenting so I can say hey to you.
be able to clarify that for us, like what your thought process on that is?
People have texted me and said they can read my discovery. I'm not sure if that's true or not, but if you've seen transcripts from my interview, I think it was 2020 with the state police. I mean, if you read that, you can see that they know someone else was involved. You know, I mean, they say to me they know it for a fact, 100%. I mean, and what's crazy about that is Wednesday morning, I got paperwork that I've never seen. I've never seen that transcript, ever. And that's why when the state started saying when Courtney Alwine started, you know, saying, Judge, he's trying to push it out or whatever the word she said, it's like, I've been here almost 3 years. I do not want to be here anymore. I've heard there's so much more things to do in prison, you know what I mean? Like education, people to talk to. I mean, if you can see, I'm in a room by myself. I've been isolated from everyone for a year almost. I literally can't talk to anyone but the guards for maybe one minute a day. I talk to the guards. And it's, I don't know, like I do not want to be here. And she tried to say that, oh, he's had this for forever. I did not even get my paperwork, my whole discovery, till like 14 or 15 months after I was here. And then, you know, I got to read it around all these people, you know, that are asking me, hey, what's up with this? What's up with that? And, you know, that's not easy to say because then you're a target. Even though I'm in protective custody, there's still people.
Okay, I can already pick up on lies. I don't know about him just getting his discovery. Even when you're just in county jail, you get your charges print out on a sheet like the next day or the day after. Within 3 days of being locked up, you get your charges and your information. I mean, maybe there was a mess up and he didn't get his discovery for 14 or 15 months. Number one, but number two, he said that he's not around nobody. He only gets to talk to the guards like for a minute a day, but all of a sudden you got all these people around you trying to read your paperwork and you're alone in a room. Sir, if you're reading your paperwork, you need to be in your bunk anyway, by yourself. That's personal shit. Like what, and he just said there's nobody around. Already proven lies.
People that don't have sex cases, that don't like sex offenders, you know what I mean? Which is understandable 100%. But yeah, and I mean, I got that paperwork and I read some of it. I mean, there's stuff that says on the devices, on every single device, my dad's logged in with his email. And there's messages that say, hey, will you Skype me? There's only been one Skype ever on those phones, and it's Tony Kline, whatever the numbers are. And it's like, that's why I brought up to Andrew on Wednesday. That's why the court went, you know, an hour or so later than what it should have started, because I was like, Andrew, what is going on? How do I not see these after 3 years of being here? How do I not get my paperwork? And he called, and I heard his secretary say, well, we don't know 100% that we sent everything to him. And I just looked at him like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, I know you're a public defender. I'm not paying you, but like, you have an obligation as a lawyer to get me all my stuff. If I'm about to take a 20-year sentence, I want to see every paperwork, everything that's ever been said, you know? And it's just crazy.
Rich Buddy says, real quick, I'll highlight it before we get back to the video. What's funny is he doesn't look like Bridge Guy. So it really throws a wrench into things. But he is the one who literally catfished them to the bridge. So that tells you already it's more than 2 people. Right. I could agree with that. He continued with, hold on, I just lost the comment. Bridge Guy and Keegan Kline at minimum are involved. They are directly connected. Yeah, and Bridge Guy actually looks like his dad. I'll have to pull up a picture of his dad. His dad is now deceased.
And just to make sure I understand correctly, so you're saying you didn't actually receive that August 2020 transcript of that initial interview with Deputy Clinton, Detective Vito, things like that? And
yeah, until
were there other things that you did not receive until Wednesday?
Yeah, I mean, it shows like the I don't know what they call it, but it shows like the device, every email and everything that's been on the device. I've never seen that before, so I had no clue that the emails were on there. And I mean, it's just like, wow, Andrew. And then he brings up withdrawing my plea, and I was like, well, I don't know. Maybe I should talk to another lawyer because it's been 3 years and you haven't brought up any of this to me. He just keeps telling, I don't know the law. You know, I've never been arrested. When I was a juvenile, I got arrested one time for runaway. I was in the courtroom for like maybe 3 minutes, 4 minutes, and I don't know the law, you know, so I just listen to everything my lawyer tells me. So when I don't see any of this paperwork, it's like, are you kidding me, dude? I talked about going to trial the whole time over it. And then he was like, well, they're not going to give you a deal. So, and then Wednesday he goes, well, maybe we should have taken that 10-year plea. I'm like, dude, you've never told me about a plea ever until right now. I don't know. I don't know. It's really bad on his side as a lawyer.
If that were true, then he could get new lawyers, because that's not adequate defense. I have pulled up, I'm working on getting the picture right now. I just emailed it to myself, so we'll listen to a little bit more of this, and then I'll show you guys what his father looks like. His father is the one that always look like Bridge Guy to me. Hi, Sarah Lee. Thank you for being here. No, there are no deliberations today. Deliberations will begin again tomorrow, and I will be keeping a close eye on that. And Toxic Orchard, thank you for being here.
I don't know what you would call it legal term, but yeah, it's just crazy.
when it comes to I think a lot of people have questions of like, why do a plea when you don't have a deal, right? And that's sort of what we saw going into the sentencing. And what was sort of your thinking about that?
He told me to. He told me that would be in my best interest. You save, you take the guilt as one of your mitigating factors, and then you taking the time and money away from the county for having to do a trial. So.
And then the discovery issue, sort of in your view, kind of threw that into, made you decide something else, essentially.
Yeah, and I'm waiting for a lawyer to come see me, but I mean, everyone hates me in this county, everyone hates me everywhere. So I guarantee that lawyer's not going to come and see me till Friday.
So you do have a new attorney?
Well, they assigned me one, but I don't know his name. I'm not sure.
Right.
But he said they were assigning me one, but
I can guarantee that lawyers don't like everybody, and that doesn't mean that they're doing anything to jeopardize your case. Although we're talking about Delphi and Carroll County, so I could be wrong.
I don't know.
So did you request that Andrew be removed, or was that his decision?
Yeah.
You
I told him to tell the judge, yeah. I can't. Because I had a thing I was going to read, but Andrew told me not to, that he would just talk to the judge and request himself or whatever the word he used. I can't remember. But.
Right. Did he seem upset to be leaving, or was it?
Yeah, he kept saying how much time he's put into the case. And I mean, he's been here a lot to see me, but I mean, it's crazy. We've never sat and talked about my discovery. We never went through everything. I mean, it's a lot, but we've never sat and went through it like I would think a normal lawyer would want to.
Right.
It's just crazy.
Ms. Alwine at the hearing, I think, mentioned that, Vito, Pete Dietrichs, and you, I don't know if Aki was involved in that, went through some of the discovery together. Is that correct as far as your memory?
Yeah, well, we sat and they showed me the pictures and stuff. Yeah, me, Peter Dietrich, and Rhett Lee, which was an attorney that worked for Andrew.
Got it.
So I got this picture pulled up. I had to actually like get it to where it was kind of blown up a little bit more. So that's what took me a minute. So this is Keegan Kline and his dad. And there's his dad wears those like hats like what you see Bridge Guy in. So if you think about this man with that hat on, like I could definitely see Bridge Guy if he had a little bit of facial hair and was not smiling. He has always looked more like Bridge Guy to me than Richard Allen. And I do believe he got in trouble, or it was, no, supposedly his dad had access to the Anthony Shots account and could have accessed that account and could have been talking to the girls. I'm not sure. But I did want to share that with you guys real quick. And I'll pull the interview back up now. Hold on just a minute. Let me make sure y'all can see it. Alrighty.
I know when we've texted, you mentioned, I think at one time we asked you, do you have remorse for the things that you admitted to? That was after, it seemed to be going towards a guilty plea. And I'm just curious, is that still the case?
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm a human being. I don't think anything I did was okay. And like I told him, I'm not guilty of all those charges, but I am guilty of stuff. I did talk to underage girls. I'm not saying I never did. And I told him about 100 times, but I mean, some of the stuff I've seen in some of those images, it's like, man, it's crazy. And then like the state police at the state police post when I was getting interviewed, they told me some stuff. And I'm like, come on, man, I would never do stuff like that. It's just.
I see he's questionable at best to me. I don't know. Trixie, be careful. Somebody asked, did I hear about what the jury was doing at the courthouse yesterday? Other than deliberating, if they were doing something else other than deliberating, please let me know. I have seen the pictures and it looks like tarot cards to me, but I mean, I don't know. It's horrific, but it did resemble tarot cards more to me than runes. So I would be looking for some kind of occultist, yeah, but like somebody that was really into referencing tarot cards, because to do that with the bodies, you would have to know those tarot cards like the back of your hands. And that's just my personal opinion. That's what it looked like to me when I saw the photos. But I could be wrong. That's just speculating. Either way, I hope that Abby and Libby can get justice. Oh, they asked for evidence. Okay.
So you're saying you're not guilty of everything you pled to in court a month ago?
Yeah. But I had
Can
no
you be
choice.
more specific and say what things you're not guilty of?
I mean, there was a solicitation charge. I know it wasn't me because I've never talked to that girl. And I mean, some of the pictures, obviously, I don't know if they were exploitation or the child porn. I'm not sure which one it was, but yeah.
But some of the charges you do cop to in terms of like what was in there.
What I'm seeing specifically is they asked for evidence, 2 videos, one of down the hill and one of the interrogation videos. Okay. And somebody asked why they don't say the dad by name. Ever since the Sebastian Rogers case and all of that crazy drama with all the filings, people have started just putting initials in chat. It doesn't bother me. Sometimes I don't catch on to the initials. I'm not going to talk about Sebastian Rogers, and unfortunately that's what's happened now after all those filings, that everybody just stopped talking about Sebastian, which kind of sucks. But I don't mind if you say names in my chat. Hello, Net Detective. Thank you for being here. So Keegan's father, that looks like Bridge Guy, is now deceased. I think I don't know if he was questioned or not. I know Keegan was. I'd have to go way back, and I tried to dig today to find everything I could, but there's not a lot on it anymore. It was very popular a couple years ago, but I can't find all the videos I had on it from back then.
Yeah.
I mean, if you had to roughly approximate, I know there's like 25 charges, so that's a lot, but like how many would you say?
maybe 7.
Okay, understood. And I guess, we're not going to ask you about Delphi. We respect the boundaries. I do want to, this is more of like kind of a big picture question though, not specifically about the case. I mean, do you feel you have information to speak with authorities on that case?
I've already tried. They don't want to hear anything I have to say. So, and I've met with the prosecutor there, and I mean, yeah.
You've met with Nick McClelland?
Yeah.
Can you tell us anything about what he was like or what that experience was like?
I mean, he's a real nice guy. I mean, he was really super nice.
And this is big. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I can't really get into any more details, you know what I mean? But
that's understandable.
Yeah, I mean, he was a real nice guy, and yeah, I met with everyone.
Do you have a sense about why they don't want to hear it? This is just kind of a broad, big picture question.
They just said they don't believe me.
Okay.
Or they can't corroborate what I said, pretty much.
If I'm hearing you correctly, it sounds like you're indicating that, maybe your dad was responsible for some of the problems on your devices. Is that fair to say?
Yeah.
Why do you think he has not been charged if that's the case?
I have no clue. I've asked Andrew that 100.
So, again, right now he's talking about the one I just showed you that resembles Bridge Guy, to me anyway.
Times I have no clue. It's insane.
Would you consider yourself like a pedophile?
No, I would not. That's even what I put in the PSI now. Like I told it in the PSI, when I'm out in public, I don't look at teenage girls or kids. I don't think sexually about them at all. No.
What do you think happened in terms of then, some of the things you're accused of doing?
Like I told in the PSI, it just kind of spiraled out. I mean, I didn't have a girlfriend. I was a lonely guy, and I started talking to girls online, and it just kind of spiraled into something, and I don't know. It just, yeah, it's crazy.
I'm going to double check that and see if Tony Kline did pass away. I thought I heard it a couple years back that his dad did pass away, but I'm going to check it now.
What do you think about the PSI? That's the pre-sentence report. Was that a fair document?
I mean, yeah, but their recommendation, no, I don't think so. But I mean, I understand it, obviously because of the charges, but. No.
So what do you expect to happen now? Are you planning to withdraw some of your guilty pleas or?
Well, like I said, I want to, but I want to talk to a lawyer to see if it's even, smart to do that, because if he tells me, hey man, you're going to lose the trial, I mean, that's what Andrew said the whole time. Hey, you're going to lose the trial. There's no point in doing it. So.
You yourself mentioned that you thought, you might have some heat on you from people in Miami County. I'm curious, would that factor into whether or not you opt for a trial, or, I mean, how do you think you would do with the jury at this point?
I would definitely suggest to get the jury pool somewhere else. Yeah, definitely, because I mean, this is a small area. I mean, I'm sure not everyone, I'm not saying everyone, but a lot of people have seen me, I'm sure, and know the whole, or not, maybe not know the whole ins and outs, but know of everything.
Okay, so I am not finding it now. Hey, Long Island Hillbilly, I like your name. Did Keegan's dad own a .40 caliber 6-sauer handgun? I am not sure. That is a great question. I'm not seeing anything about him deceased right now. I thought that I'd heard it in the past, but again, I'm trying to remember this case out of so many that I've studied over the past 7 years. So I could be completely wrong in that, because I'm not seeing anything about it right now. So he could still be with us. Hello, 4 Acres. 4 Acres says Jerry Kline's father and Barbara McDonald. Okay.
Right. So you might want to, pulled in from another county, essentially.
Yeah, definitely.
And I mean, for folks who are kind of like, okay, well, he pled guilty, and we even saw that, Tim Spar kind of walked you through each charge and you said yes.
Sure.
Do you think that would hurt you with a potential future trial as far as walking some of that back potentially?
Hi, Lisa Ruthman Crum. Oh my goodness, Lisa Rathman Crumley. Sorry. She said that Ron Logan is who died. I know that he had died. I thought him and Keegan Kline's dad had passed away. But thank you for that information.
Yeah, I do. I definitely do.
I guess I mean, why even say you did things that you're saying that you didn't do?
Because, like, I mean, I just did what Andrew told me to do, you know? Yeah, I mean, I just did what, I don't know anything about the law, so I just followed what he said to do.
I'm curious. I don't know if you answer this, but I'm just curious. Did you know Richard Allen?
No. No. People said that he worked in Peru or lived in Peru around whatever year. I can't remember, but someone on some podcast was saying, oh, well, he lived right down the road from him in 2004. Like, dude, I was 9 or 10 years old. Why would I know a grown man? You know, things like that.
I mean, I guess, is there anything you wanted to state for the record, or anything about some, the coverage, or that you would want the public to know?
When I get to prison, I definitely will send you a letter because I want to talk about some of the Delphi stuff. But right now, I don't think that would be smart to do.
Okay.
But after I'm sentenced, you know what I mean? Yeah, I would like to say a few things for sure about that.
But we're very, very curious about what you have to say.
Yeah, and we would definitely welcome sooner the chance for some of that clarification. So yeah, that would be great. Yeah.
I'm not sure who Andrew was that told him what to do. I was wondering that myself, and I missed that myself. I don't know if any of these other videos I have will tell us that. I was thinking about going over the list of charges, or like the transcript or whatever that everybody references. And maybe it'll say it in there. But I missed that myself.
So you say that they basically just don't believe you? What you're saying?
Yeah.
It might be his attorney.
Yeah. Not that they don't believe me, but they can't corroborate. They said they can't corroborate it in a court of law. So.
Yeah. Yeah, that's obviously important, but definitely interesting. And anything else that you feel has been unfair in some of the coverage of you, or that you would want to clear up?
I don't know, really. I mean, yeah, just people say stuff about me and they don't even know me. I mean, I know people have been on podcasts and they're like, oh yeah, that was my friend. I don't even know these people. It's like, what in the heck? It's crazy. I can't remember what podcast it was, but there was some girl that said I tried to meet her at a park in Kokomo or something, and I have no clue who even the girl was. It's like, what in the hell? These people, I don't know. And then it's just terrible coming out of the courtroom like that. Last time, they took me where no one would be able to find out how I left the courtroom or got to the courtroom. And I mean, this time they took me right out in the hall and everyone's yelling at me. And it's like, man, it just sucks because I'm not a terrible person. I mean, I've been charged with terrible things and I have done, I messed up in the past, but, I'm not a terrible person. I don't know. Everyone paints me to be this monster, and I'm not. It just sucks.
How did it make you feel to go through that hall room? I believe there was like people shouting questions and stuff at you. What was that like?
It's terrible. I mean, because I didn't know that was going to happen. They never told me I was going out that exit. It's crazy.
And then I'm just curious, do you have a sense of whether you'll be able to do anything by the deadlines that Judge Spar has set out, as far as what's next?
Well, like I said, I mean, hopefully the lawyer comes and sees me, but if he doesn't, then, I have no choice. I mean, I can't do anything because I'm not going to withdraw a plea and not talk to a lawyer about it first,
I do know that I think he's doing 43 years in prison for what he had on his phone. Abellis, thank you. Abellis gifted 10 memberships. If you guys were gifted memberships by Abellis, please tell her thank you. Thank you so much, Abellis. I really appreciate that. That was so sweet. You guys are being so sweet. Thank you. You're so awesome. Thank you. Thank you.
And I just want to basically, kind of like, I don't want to put words in your mouth, so correct me if I'm wrong, but basically maybe your ideal thing going forward would be to withdraw the guilty plea for some charges, leave it for others, maybe have the things that you're saying, actually, I'm not guilty of these, go to trial.
Right, yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, do you feel like, you mentioned that you...
Abellis, why did you say darn? I didn't upset you, did I? Thank you. I hope I didn't upset you.
There was talk of Andriaki mentioned a possible deal earlier, but you're saying that was not something you were aware of.
Thank you.
I was not aware of that until Wednesday when he told me that. And I looked at him and I'm like, dude, are you kidding me? Like, what the hell?
A lot of people have kind of, noted things like, the water search right over the summer, and there was a lot of attention on that and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, it did seem like at some point they were at least close to maybe offering you a deal.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely thought they were going to. Like, okay, what the heck? And then, I met with Peter and he talked about something happening, and then I just...
Okay, Michelle, thank you. Thank you.
What did he talk about happening? Like a deal or?
Yeah, me plead to certain things.
And approximately when was that?
To the beginning of 2000.
Okay, Abellis. I was like,
around there.
No, I didn't make her upset.
Okay, got it. And then pretty much after that, it's been nothing.
Silent, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. This is a documentary, and it looked like it had some interesting information in it. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for playing it. I'm going to go back and we'll look into Keegan Kline and Ron Logan a little bit more, and then we'll play that. Maybe we can watch that Monday. I had to listen to the music. We can watch it today, but definitely Monday. I'll try to see if I can get the music and figure out what that is. I don't know why. Okay, I want you to go back small. There was a couple of things in this playlist that I wanted to show you guys, because I just put some Ron Logan stuff in here too. So there's okay, so here's the transcript of the police interview with Keegan Kline from the local news station there, one of them. So we'll watch this and see what they had to say about the transcript, and then we'll talk about Ron Logan a little bit, because Ron Logan is another person of interest
that we broke for you today on Wthr. We begin with 5 o'clock with a new shocking discovery obtained by I-Team 8 surrounding the Delphi murders. It's a story that we broke for you today on Wthr.com.
It's one that a lot of people are talking about. We have new details about evidence police might have in the deaths of Abby Williams and Libby German. And it comes from a police interview with Keegan Kline, the man now in jail, accused of creating a fake social.
Thank you, Long Island Hillbilly. I appreciate you being here. Thank you. Long Island Hillbilly said, thank you for your hard work. Thank you. Thank you for being here. That was so sweet. Thank you.
Media account to get sexual pictures and videos of underage girls. I-Teammates Demi Johnson has been on this case since day one. She joins us now with more. Demi.
Hey, Phil. Yeah, this transcript is 194 pages long. It was given to us by the founders of the Murder Sheet podcast, who have been following the case and obtained the court documents. A source with the Indiana State Police has confirmed to me the interview transcript is authentic. In it, Keegan Kline talks about his conversations with Libby German through the Anthony Shots account. And for the first time, we see words from state police about whether they believe Kline was involved in Abby and Libby's murders.
Mima says, were these other people mentioned in court? Not that I'm aware of. I don't think Goal, Bad Girl says, nope, Goal didn't allow it. And I wouldn't imagine she would, because these people seem more sus than Richard Allen does.
This transcript goes word by word through the interview with Kate.
Yeah, I need to find information about. Lisa says also Brad's Subaru coats are dark blue, and he has lied and gotten mad. Right. I don't have much information on him. I need to find some. That's one of the witnesses they had in court that they almost caught lying on the stand. I think they did.
Keegan Kline, a state police investigator and a sheriff's deputy. It was in August 2020 as police were arresting Kline on more than 30 child porn-related charges connected to the Anthony Shots social media account. I-Team 8 first reported in December of last year that Kline was connected to the account.
Police are focusing on a fake social media account.
And News 8 has learned that same account is tied to a child porn case here in Indiana.
And that investigators in the Delphi murders were aware of it in the days immediately after the deaths of Libby German and Abby Williams. During the interview, Kline admits using the account to get sexual photos and videos of underage girls. He also admits having contact with Libby German. You admitted that you talked to her, the investigator says, for a few hours at a sleepover, and then you blocked her because she was annoying. You remember that? Kline responds saying, "You're right. Yeah." But investigators believe that's not all. When Kline denied exchanging photos and messages with German, a state police detective says, "I'm telling you, it's fact. You did, okay? Because the Anthony Shots persona, that the fake account you admitted to making, communicated with Liberty German on Snapchat and Instagram, and that it was not just for a couple of hours." They also tell Kline another witness was messaging with Anthony Shots, who says Shots admitted he was supposed to meet Libby, but she didn't show up. The interview also gives the first public indication that two people may have been using the Anthony Shots account.
Hey, True Crime Fanatic, and thank you for being here. True Crime Fanatic said that Kelsey was in contact with Keegan Kline and she helped catfish her sister. That's an interesting theory. I haven't gone down that road. We've talked about it a little in chat. I'm scared to go down that road, to be honest with you, just being completely honest, because my fear is by bringing that back up and putting that out there, I could be hurting the family and somebody that is completely innocent in all of this. But if you guys would like to look into that, into the older sister theory, there are lots of videos on YouTube about it. I will see if I can find some and drop them in the link or in the description box after the live. I just don't want to go down there, because I don't want to end up causing more harm to a victim. You know what I mean? But yeah, there's a lot of information out there on that.
As detectives detail February 13th, 2017, the day Abby and Libby went missing, investigators tell Kline, 8 o'clock in the morning at your house where you and your dad lived, two separate devices. See the numbers here, how they're the same? Log in, log out. One device, log in, log out, all within minutes of each other to the same Anthony Shots Snapchat account. The detective also tells Kline, regardless of what you say, there are two different authors of those messages. They're not both you. They're both your devices, but the phrasing is different. It changes.
Renee Beall, thank you for being here. I really appreciate that. That's a nice compliment. Thank you. And thank you for being here.
It's not the same person. So we know we have multiple logins with Snapchat. We have two different people using Kick Messenger talking to people from your residence. Kline denied knowing who else might have accessed the account. During the interview, Kline twice references a polygraph test he was given in the Delphi murder investigation, and both times indicates police told him he failed the test. And just before the interview ends, the detective reminds Kline that when he was asked if he knows who killed Libby and Abby, you said no both times in your polygraph. And guess what? That was deception. Now, several times throughout the interview, Kline denies killing Abby and Libby. We want to be clear, Kline has not been charged in their murders. In fact, no one has been arrested in the case. It's also important to note that neither investigators nor Kline were under oath during this interview, and law enforcement is allowed to exaggerate facts and evidence during questioning. Kline is due back in court on April 14th. He faces 30 charges, including child porn and child solicitation.
Stunning to see that.
Again, from what I understand, he did get convicted of those and is currently serving 43 years in prison.
Transcript. Demi, you've been on this story since the first day, basically. Okay, so
Toxic said our polygraphs are not admitted in a court of law, and actually they can lie to you. They can tell you that you failed a polygraph even though you passed it. Now, if the officer sees that you passed the polygraph, I don't see him doing that unless you're in Delphi and they're trying to get you to possibly admit to things that you didn't do. But that's just, allegedly speculating. But police are allowed to lie to you during interrogations to try to get information out of you.
So
just
you
for the
talked
record,
with police, Kline's family, or Kline's attorney, and the family of the girls about this transcript. What did they tell you?
So Abby's mom did not want to comment, and I also tried to reach Libby's family, but they're on vacation right now and they weren't available for an interview. So I asked state police if there was any reason we should not release this interview. They didn't give us one, and Kline's attorney did not respond to our request.
Wow. Demi, you've been staying on top of this. I know you will continue to talk to family, talk to police with any updates that, might be available to us. Until then, we'll make sure that we check back in with you to get more thorough views of this case.
Fantastic job.
I think that it's a good time to try to go down memory lane here about the timeline. Abby Williams and Libby German were dropped off at the Monon High Bridge, February 13th, 2017. Police found their bodies the next day. Police released a sketch of a suspect on the 15th, then a week later released a short video, an audio clip captured on Libby's phone. 2 days later, police served a search warrant at the home of Keegan Kline and his father. In April 2019, police released a second sketch saying new information led to the updated drawing. Then in August of 2020, prosecutors charged Kline with child porn. State police have not.
So this is what I was referencing the other day. I think it was yesterday. I could see that being him. Like if he was clean shaven, but I think they said that this was a tall, slender person. I don't think they said that he was chubby. I'm not sure though. But these look the same to me, but it could be just my mind playing tricks. I don't know. I probably could see a correlation between anybody you placed it beside if we really, tested the statistics on it.
Not named him a suspect in the murders of Abby and Libby.
Okay. So
please enjoy the first 3 minutes of my new movie, Am I Racist? It's the #1 documentary of the decade. Take a look.
No, I don't want to. I want you to hush. Stop it. Quiet. Shut it up. Goodness, that was ridiculous. Okay. Let me see. I wanted to show you guys a little bit about Ron Logan. These are short clips, so we'll probably be able to do the documentary today too. So this is Inside Edition. This is a little 2-minute video. I'm sure it will give us the information we need about who Ron Logan is and his connection to this case.
In the hunt for the killer of those 2 Indiana teenagers.
Let me start it back at the beginning. All right, again, this is going to be Inside Edition, and it is titled New Details Emerge in the Unsolved Delphi Murking Case.
A shocking new twist in the hunt for the killer of those 2 Indiana teenagers 5 years ago. It centers on this man, Ron Logan, who owned the property where the bodies of Abby Williams and Libby German were found. An FBI search warrant has just been released, revealing they searched Logan's home. Logan has been the focus of attention from day one. Inside Edition Stephen Fabian interviewed him in 2017.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard.
He claimed he had an alibi, buying tropical fish 20 miles away.
I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
And I didn't get home till approximately 6:30 in the evening. And then the neighbor stopped to ask for permission to look back here.
Now, I will say, Abellis notified us that he is deceased, and he is currently deceased, but his ex-girlfriend had some interesting things to say about him that we will listen to. I saw the pictures, and I don't want to keep referencing that because I'm not going to share those on my YouTube. I never would ever do that. You can find them yourself. They're out there. And by looking at those pictures, it looked more like the tarot card, the magician, and the hanged man. I mean, that's what I think. After actually seeing the photos, that's what I think that looked like to me. It didn't even look like Odinism ruins to me. And I think it took more than one person to do that. And like I just said, to me, it definitely looked like tarot cards. I don't see this man knowing anything about tarot cards or having anything to do with tarot cards. That's just not something I see from him, although he's sus as hell. And so is Keegan Kline, but I don't see them doing that. But those sticks and everything was done to portray particular things, in my opinion, allegedly speculating.
Here for the girls.
Okay.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the killer approaching the girl.
Mima wanted to go back and look at him walking, so we're going to go back and look at him walking. I think I can go past that part. All right, I'm going to go back and we're going to watch him walk. This is just a 2-minute video, so it's not going to take long. We're going to watch this man walking and compare it to Bridge Guy. I'll start at the beginning.
A shocking new twist in the hunt for the killer of those 2 Indiana teenagers 5 years ago. It centers on this man, Ron Logan, who owned the property where the bodies of Abby.
He did walk like Bridge Guy, didn't he? They might play the video in this, but he did. He really did that little like slump to the side that he did, and that belly. He really did.
Abby Williams and Libby German were found. An FBI search warrant has just been released, revealing they searched Logan's home. Logan has been the focus of attention from day one. Inside Edition Stephen Fabian interviewed him.
Right, Mima, that same misstep when he's walking as Bridge Guy. Yeah, he like leans over on that one leg more than the other, just like Bridge Guy. With his head, he's walking with his head down too. Wow, that is interesting.
In 2017.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard.
He claimed he had an alibi, buying tropical fish 20 miles away.
I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
And I didn't get home till approximately 6:30 in the evening.
Bad Girl says, but also that bridge was old and missing parts with missing boards. It is, and it is hard to walk across one of those. I did a video walking across the small one, and I show you how they're separated, and like there's no running across it. There's no walking fast at all, because your foot will slip and you'll like crack your ankle and like break the crap out of it. But still, I mean, that walk was pretty telling to me, even taking into effect, like, you know, thinking about the boards missing and the bridge being old. It still was really, really telling.
And then the neighbor stopped to ask for permission to look back here for the girls.
Liberty German shot this chilling image of the killer approaching the girls on a hiking trail, and she recorded the killer's voice.
What do you hear on there?
Nothing that I recognize at all. No one. I don't recognize the voice at all.
Stephen asked Ron Logan to repeat those same chilling words. Listen.
Down the hill.
The newly revealed search warrant says Ron Logan's voice was not inconsistent with that of the person in the.
So the FBI was looking at him. I can bring up an article where it talks about the FBI looking into him, and that they had a voice analysis done that correlated his voice to Bridge Guy's voice. And notice when he said down the hill, I'll back it up just a smidge. He went up when he said hill. Normally when you're talking, if I'm saying down the hill, I'm going to say it like that, down the hill, not down the hill like he did. He went up like down the hill. Not that feminine, but you get the point. Listen to it again.
To repeat those same chilling words. Listen.
Down the hill.
Did you catch where he went up on hill? I unless he's trying to change his voice, that's weird to me.
The newly revealed search warrant says Ron Logan's voice
Marie.
was not inconsistent with that of the person in the video. And that image of the suspect, the warrant declares Logan's physical build is consistent with the suspect. Logan had his own take.
The picture is of such poor quality, it doesn't look like anyone I've ever seen.
We spoke to Anya Kane and Kevin Greenlee of the true crime podcast Murder Sheet. They obtained the warrant.
I'm not necessarily convinced that Ron Logan was involved in this. Some of the circumstantial evidence against him is intriguing and should absolutely be looked at.
Logan is now dead, reportedly of COVID. He was never charged in the case, and it is unclear whether he was ever considered an official suspect.
Oh, I'm going to get in trouble for that. Oh, well. Hold on, let me go back to my playlist. I'm trying not to watch like grisly true crime and too much of Mob Crew. Oh, we're doing this mug right here. Okay, let's see. I don't want to go over grisly true crime. This is a short of his ex-girlfriend, or her name is Connie something. I pulled her name up earlier. So we're going to see what she has to say about Ron Logan. There was a documentary done where his ex spoke, and I looked for like an hour today and I could not find it. It was from a couple of years ago. And I mean, it just really laid out, like, she went through timelines and where he was at that day and how he lied and how he abused her and beat her and how she really thought that he did it. But I looked for hours and I could not find it. So for now, we'll watch this. This is going to be News Nation. It's titled Delphi Merc Investigation. Ron Logan's ex-girlfriend says she was his SMEX tool. So this is going to get a little bit into what I had heard probably all those years ago about.
It really is stunning to hear her tell that story for the first time. She's out.
This is the longest interview I could find. So I think this is all we've got. But that just gives you some insight into this person and his capabilities as far as hurting women.
Obviously very, very emotional. And again, she feels confident, Connie does, that the wrong guy may be locked up, which is pretty startling to think about.
Not only that, but Ron Logan had kind of a weird alibi. And from what I remember 7 years ago, it didn't really check out.
So weird. So he claimed to police that he was going to a town outside of Delphi to buy tropical fish and that he was with his cousin. But we later come to find out that when they looked into this, they talked to the cousin. The cousin didn't back that up. They were never.
Hey, Dennis, thank you for being here. Dennis says the police report. Is there a police report on this hitting the head with a wrench? Good question. There should be, because she went to the hospital and got staples. That is a good question, because I do want to, just trying to look at it from all perspectives. Sometimes people say things that aren't true or whatever. It would be nice to validate this with some police reports. However, just reading her body language and her reactions, I would feel pretty confident in saying that it happened, but I would like to have evidence to back it up. I haven't looked into that for myself, but I can try to see what I can find on it. Just listening to her, though, I feel pretty confident that it happened. But again, I wouldn't mind finding a police report to back it up.
ever able to clear that alibi, to figure out if it was true or not. And even to this day, it seems like he lied about where he went.
Pretty specific when you're mentioning tropical
Yeah.
fish, and easy to track that. But this is a small community, and they're not used to having double homicides, especially with kids. So, I mean, I've seen it happen. All right. So, what about the property? Like, they did look at his property. They actually did investigate, but I feel like it might have been a long lag.
They did, but it was a month after the murders. So think about it. A month has gone by. There's so much that could have been done out there at that property in that time. A month.
A month is a long time for anything.
Right.
I mean, even the weather can take.
I mean, there were a lot of mistakes with this investigation, a lot of issues, and this just seems like it was another one.
But thank you for watching. Go.
Rich Buddy says, did they ever track the fish story from Ron Logan? Did they have receipts? From what they were saying just there, it would appear that the so many copyright strikes. Okay. So I don't know. From what they were saying there, he said he went with his cousin, and his cousin didn't back the story up. So this is a covert recording of Ron Logan, and then we'll watch this documentary because there's already been music played for it, so it doesn't matter at this point. There's been a lot of music played. Oh, Lord. Okay. So I'm going to try to grab subtitles. Stop it. Okay. Did we change our mind all of a sudden? So while this is on commercial.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a web.
So this is Ron Logan interview, and it's Delphi Red Rum investigation. No, I think it went back. Hold on. Okay, so we'll watch this real quick, and then we'll watch that documentary that I had. All right, let me make it. All right, I'm going to make sure subtitles are on. Yeah, this is going to be hard to hear because this person, whoever is recording it while they're walking, and Ron Logan doesn't know about it, evidently.
What do you think they screwed up? They're investigating. What'd they do? Concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
From what I call it, he said, I'm going to back it up and try to tell you what I hear. And y'all can tell me if you hear something else.
What do you think they screwed up?
What do you think they screwed up?
Their investigation. What'd they
Their
do?
investigation. The female says, what'd they do?
Concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
They're concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
That's what you think? I know it's what happened.
She said, that's what you think. He said, I know that's what happened.
They were going to pin it on me.
They were going to pin it on me. Can y'all hear it? Because if so, I don't want to keep pausing it and annoy the crap out of you with that.
Well, you weren't home that day. They didn't find that. They didn't care.
She said, well, you weren't home that day. And he said, they didn't care.
Don't understand.
You don't understand.
Nobody knew that until later.
You don't understand. Nobody knew that until later.
They didn't care. We need to solve this, and you're it.
They didn't care. We need to solve this and something.
And you were in the hot seat. I was in the hot seat.
She said, and you were in the hot seat. I was in the hot seat.
And when they found out there was just too much against them, and another, they gave up. But they spent all that time pissing around on a.
And when they found out there was just too much against them, and they were something that they had spent all that time pissing around. Hey, T. Harrison, number 4. Thank you for being here.
Driving without a driver's license and all that shit when they should have been looking for murder. Right. Yeah.
Driving without a driver's license and all that shit, and they should have been looking for a red rummer. Let me know if y'all can understand this, because again, I don't want to annoy you by continuing to pause it.
Just had wasting all that money, millions of dollars. You went to the dump site that day.
They had wasted all that money, millions of dollars, and she said, well, you had went to the dump site that day.
You went to the dump site.
What the Lafayette? I was in Lafayette. What was going on?
Right.
He said, well, yeah, it was in my, it sounded like camper, but I'm not sure. Field or something.
Crazy.
Oh, you're getting wet, aren't you?
No. I got a faucet problem.
Uh-oh.
My pressure check
I got a something problem.
went out. I just replaced it a little bit ago. I got a brand new mowing faucet. Brand new, $100 and some. It's all plugged up with some crap from the dirty water. Rusty.
He's talking about what sounded like a Boeing faucet. I got a brand new Boeing and faucet installed, $107 something. Okay, Amy says that she can hear it just fine. I'm gonna let it play. I don't want to annoy y'all to death.
Oh.
Some of the plumbing in this house.
Well, there's some beautiful homes along here.
Yeah.
This whole area is beautiful.
Hey, Amy.
You're from Fort Wayne, huh?
Yep, we walked the trails a little bit.
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's absolutely beautiful. It's a shame what happened.
I'm not surprised. I thought this would happen.
What?
Not the murderers, but when they put those trails in the middle of nowhere, I said, you're going to have all kinds of drug problems and all kinds of crap from this. This will draw every deviant in the world to it.
I mean, we walked it a little bit. I was a little scared, because it was just us two.
They're long gone. They're not going to do it again. Not here, anyway.
Do you think they're from here?
I was part of somebody in the family for a long time.
Did you really?
This person, Rich Buddy, says, I don't think Bridge Guy was wearing those big long boots. I would be curious to know if Ron Logan always wore those long boots or not. That's a good question. It looked like, and I actually saw Bullhorn Betty getting a tattoo the other day, and she had on boots that looked like what Bridge Guy was wearing. Actually, to me, it looked like the shorter boots that are like Red Wing boots. I don't know how to describe them. More like work boots instead of cowboy boots. To me, is what it looked like.
Really? Why did you think that?
It's too damn close. You can't see the forest for the trees.
Right.
Looking right at them, but the person who done that could have been on the search team to look for him when they were missing.
Right.
I mean, they had people out here in my woods that night that they were looking for them all over that place.
I think he said he knew the family for a long time.
Didn't find them. Now, why did you not find them there?
Yeah, I find that surprising too.
And at that other time, with hundreds of people in my woods and walking up down the creek, tromping all over everything, what are you going to find?
Right.
It's destroyed. Yeah.
Who found them?
Huh?
Who found them?
The neighbor over here, Pat Brown.
Is a she or he? Pat?
Yeah, Patrick.
Was he on the volunteer fire?
No, he's a neighbor.
Yeah.
Looking for him.
And he found them.
There was some other woman with him. Supposedly some people on the other side could look on my side of the creek and they saw clothing. So they called up and said, hey, there's some clothing down there, go check it out. So he went down over the hill and he saw me. So and they're right out in the open. I don't understand why they didn't find them the night before. Why did it take them?
Do you think they were there the night before?
Well, according to all the law investigators, they were. No one thinks it's a dump site.
Yeah. Pretty close, I saw.
I have no idea. It's the craziest.
Now, can you?
That's what's crazy to me. If they were there all night, why didn't anybody find them the night before? That's really weird. And there was no blood there. Like I don't see it happening there. I'm sorry, I just don't. I don't think it happened there. I think that was just where they were basically put on display, for lack of a better term.
Can you walk back there or no? Can you get back to where it happened?
It's not real easy, no.
Oh.
I No, that's why it's such an odd. Okay, this where the bodies were is about 80 feet below where we're standing, and that side over there it goes down into a big valley and a big. Yeah, Deer Creek's way below us here.
Yeah.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, it's a big drop.
Yeah. You would have to. I don't know how you get there unless you make them walk there. How you gonna get them there?
Right.
I don't know. How do you make two 14-year-old girls do something they don't want to do?
Either I was a teacher for 10 years. I don't know. Somebody in authority that they'd have to listen to.
Criminal Network says the bodies were not at the crime scene on February 13th, 2017, according to Fire Chief Daryl Sterrett. So that's interesting. I wonder if they allowed that evidence into court. Probably not. The fact that the bodies were not even there that night, because that would mean, again, that they were moved and Richard Allen is innocent. So I can't imagine that they would allow that into evidence.
Or family, someone they knew. Or authority. Yeah.
I don't know. It's pretty crazy. Now, what messed them up, what brought all the public down on them, I mean, they really crafted their white hat. Is when they completely turned 180 degrees down. 2 years later, they're not looking for an old guy like me. They're looking for a young fella.
Right.
Now, wait a minute. You're going to just look at me and say, oh, sorry, Ron. Sorry, Ron, for all the shit we did, pulled on you, and all the false reports we made. Send you to prison for not driving without a driver's license. Who goes to prison for that?
How long were you there?
I got sentenced for 4 years and had to do 2.
You were in prison for 2 years? You just got out?
The people raised so much hell, they came and let me out. Come home for house arrest last year.
Wow.
$500 a month.
To be on house arrest?
It's all money. All your justice is pure money.
That is crazy to be sentenced to 2 years in prison for driving without a license. I know the fire chief took the stand, but I wonder if they said that they didn't see the bodies there that night. I don't know if they allowed him to say that.
That's all it is. You got the money, you get the honey. You don't, you go to prison.
Wow, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I've lost about everything. Completely. People came out here and stole shit because they knew I was gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, well, yeah, they cleaned my garage out. Lost all my stuff.
So you got put in prison for 2 years. You lost your...
Hey, Ron Logan? Ron L says that the fire chief was there on the 13th. His cell phone record could confirm that. Okay. Thank you for that. And thank you for being here.
Hey, you get the honey. You know, you go to prison.
Wow, Ron. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. But anyway, I've lost about everything. Completely. People came out here and stole shit because they knew I was gone.
Oh, you're kidding.
Yeah, well, yeah, they cleaned my garage out. Lost all my stuff.
So you got put in prison for 2 years. You lost your stuff. How long have you been out? I mean, you've been out of house arrest about a year?
Completely over with everything February.
Oh, that's good.
February. But I've been home. I got home a year ago, January.
On house arrest.
So I did a year and...
So are you done now with...
I'm totally done. I'm a free man as far as that goes. But, there's all kinds of people, big time people looking into this.
Oh, I'm sure.
Bad that,
well, they got the money out there now, too.
I'm talking about, they call them investigating reporters.
Yeah, like Nancy Grace and that.
ACLU.
Right. We're not. Yeah. We're not. We're just 2 middle-aged women from Fort Wayne, Indiana.
I'm just an old man that got the hell beat out of me.
It sounds like it. Yeah.
8 hours in a block.
For what, a DUI?
Yeah. Solitary confinement. in a concrete cell with no bedding, no bed, no clothes. They maybe stay there naked.
Oh, Ron.
No food.
Did you have an attorney?
That's the same kind of conditions that Richard Allen is being held in. That's strange.
Yeah, my attorney didn't know where the hell I was. He didn't where's the shed either. If I had a good attorney, this never would have happened.
Oh, my God. Bless your heart.
Never have happened to me.
Basil, stop it. T. Harrison, thank you for being here. Says, how did Ron Logan know they were there the night before? Oh, great question and great thing to point out. That is a great point. Thank you for that. I'm not sure.
Did you know anybody of their families? Did you know?
I never know.
Not before?
Grandparents, one of the grandparents, because he's got a record that long. There's like 17 felonies in those two families combined. Libby's dad's got 6 or 7 felonies.
Right. With meth charges? Yeah. And we just saw where he lived. Really close. He just lives right over there.
Is he still living?
I think so.
Wow, I was muted. Okay, so what I said was, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. What I said was, if you guys come back and this video is not here, that means that I got in trouble for copyright. Okay. I don't mind not monetizing it. That's fine with me. If I have to delete this live, it will be in a community post. My computer was seizing up. This is called Murder on the Monon, and it's the Delphi Murders documentary. And we are going to watch it. And I'm going to talk to you guys about it. I sincerely apologize. I am so sorry. This is new for me. Like, you know, I've been doing it for about a month now, but sometimes I still mess up. So if y'all can work with me, I'll work with y'all and we'll all be all right. Criminal Network says that's my video and I'm giving you permission. Thank you for that. I still might get in trouble because I don't know. I use Epidemic Sound, and if the music's not from Epidemic Sound, I could get in trouble. But thank you for the permission to use it. I really appreciate it. So this is from Criminal Network. I was going to state who made the video when I closed out of it, because as you can see, my computer was having a moment of a seizure there. But yeah, this is from Criminal Network. If you guys could please give them a like and subscribe. Thank you so much.
Because at the end of the day, the two behind me are the ones that matter the most, then the family. We're not going to singularly identify anyone right now, at least publicly. The detectives that have been assigned this, task forces have been assigned this, have talked to hundreds, if not thousands of people. And again, one day we'll be able to tell you why we did that and who did it.
Sheriff Tobe Lesenby says detectives from the FBI, state police, and Carroll County are still working the case. He says investigators hear 50 to 100 tips every day.
If the person who did this is watching, what would your message to them be?
We're still going to find you.
Police have arrested and jailed 50-year-old Richard Allen in connection with the double murder.
I am proud to report to you murder. Good prevails over evil, not the other way around. We can't let that happen.
They are pointing the finger in a very specific direction as to who's responsible for this, and it's not Richard Allen.
Listen, we still don't know exactly who these folks are, but this is a small community in rural Indiana.
You think Mr. Allen is the man on that bridge?
The judge signed a probable cause affidavit for the arrest of him. I can't wait to tell the story, but today's not the day.
Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter.
Thank you again, Criminal Network, for this video and for this documentary that you made with all this wonderful information in it. I really, really appreciate that. If you pay attention to this confession right here that Criminal Network has put in here so kindly for us, it says, "Thank you for your time in this matter, in this most urgent matter." That does not sound like the ramblings of an incoherent person. I want to know when this letter was written. I think it was written in the beginning, when he was first moved before they started the Haldol stuff. And I do have a really interesting article. I'm afraid to read it. But if we have time at the end, I'll pull it up and I'll read it, and you guys can at least hear it, and you can give me your thoughts and opinions on it and speculations.
Sincerely, Richard M. Allen.
I would say that there's a lot of reason to believe that they are railroading Rick Allen. Eyewitness accounts, false confessions, it's all just hearsay statements. It's
yeah, let me I always drop the people videos that I use in the description box. I will try to copy it real quick and do it from my phone, and drop it in the chat box for you.
Rumors about someone who was dealing drugs, doing dirt, doing crime in town, and some stuff that went bad, and this is retaliation that might have went too far and whatnot.
Me and my son Logan Holder had nothing to do with the murder of Abby and Libby, and we don't know who did. I don't know, maybe Bigfoot did it. I think he's in Canada somewhere.
Damn it, this is not okay. Yeah, I am sick. I am just so tired and so sick of it. Yeah, what a journey. I'd do it all over again. Through these portals, past the best trained police officers in the world. And that's all being reviewed as we speak.
Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland also cited the integrity of the investigation.
None of us understand why
What does Allen's defense team say about why they believe Liggett fabricated or omitted evidence?
That Liggett did it for political reasons. Search warrant and the arrest of Allen happened less than a month before the 2022 November elections, when Liggett was campaigning to be the Carroll County Sheriff. Defense team feels that after more than 5 years with very few answers, Liggett rushed into accusing Richard Allen to make a big arrest before the election.
So it's interesting to see that a local news station also felt the same way that a lot of people did with the sheriff making a hasty decision to arrest somebody because of politics. It all boils down to politics, always. I like this video.
I lead by example, and when people say one thing's done,
Did y'all see them all out there playing golf together?
they come to me to get it done. There's been a lot of attacks against my credibility, my integrity, my morals, and my ethics. Those things are all not true. Those are things that I take great pride in, and that's what's going to lead the sheriff's department to the future.
That reminds me of Bill Clinton saying, "I did not have relations with that woman."
Will the double homicide investigation change?
Change in what manner?
Any manner. I mean, break up, move, whatever.
There are people that work this, as I said before, that is a top priority case for not just me, it's for the entire sheriff's department. It's for the Indiana State Police. It's mostly for the families, the Williams family, the German family. They are what drives us every day. And things are very positive. I'll leave it at that. Things are very positive right now.
He did look like Bridge Guy, and if we're going with the government facility is got a whole Odinism aspect to this, he could be. He does resemble him, but I question: are we going to see Bridge Guy in everybody? You know.
We bring people in. We have help. Things are going well. Nothing would change.
With all due respect to Tony, they were not qualified or trained to accept that responsibility of those two girls that got killed at the time. You've got to make contact with people. You've got to follow up. You can't sit back and wait for something to come to you, that one piece of puzzle that's going to solve that case. You've got to work that case. You know, I've seen flip-flopping going back and forth here. When this case first broke, all I heard was, don't be forming any conclusions on what you're reading or seeing on the internet or on Facebook. Now it's flipped over to where if you've had any contact with somebody on Facebook or on Twitter or whatever, please contact us.
Criminal Network, you got some great information here, and I appreciate it. I dropped that person's link to their page in chat. So again, please go give them a like and subscribe. This is some information I've never seen before of the sheriffs and all that. So I really appreciate your permission to use this video. Thank you for that. This is a great video. I've not ever seen these videos of the sheriff's department and things.
What is it? What do you want? You can't be flip-flopping on these things. It's going to take a fresh set of eyes and somebody that knows.
Somebody knows.
Somebody out there knows something.
Somebody knows.
Back to what Lee was saying, I think a new set of eyes is also important. There's many things that have happened in this case that people are confused about. There's been mistakes made, and I'm not criticizing them, but they're there. All of a sudden,
I just want to put out there, these are all theories and speculations. None of this has been proven as fact, but I mean, you know, we all over here, we like to have our theories and we like speculations.
Now the age, height, weight, all that's been changed. wasn't supposed to be on there, but it took this many years to find out that that was made up, or that was a mistake. So there's a lot of things that need to be put in place and checked. And I think it's a new set of eyes with experienced people that have been on these kind of crimes before.
I believe that right now is not that day.
It could be tomorrow.
Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them.
I don't think there's multiple pieces to the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's one piece, and it's having one individual with the strength.
Okay, hold on. Let me see what that said. Oh, goodness gracious.
The age, height, weight, all that's been changed. Wasn't supposed to be on there, but it took this many years to find out that that was made up, or that was a mistake.
That was made up, or that was a mistake. Freudian slip.
So there's a lot of things that need to be put in place and checked. And I think it's a new set of eyes with experienced people that have been on these kind of crimes before.
I believe that right now is not that day.
It could be tomorrow.
Today's about Abby and Libby, focusing on them.
I don't think there's multiple pieces to the puzzle, ladies and gentlemen. I think there's one piece, and it's having one individual with the strength.
Okay, it says from Anna Williams, and it says, if anyone sees this guy posting stuff on any of the pages concerning Abby and Libby, please let me know. He's blocked me. Please report to admin so we can remove it. Thank you. And that's Alexander Zabel Jr. That's interesting. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay. I got it. I was reading the comment section. Well, that's ridiculous.
When this investigation took off, I just didn't see eye to eye with the sheriff on it. I didn't agree with a lot of the things that were being done or being said. At some point, when do you say, okay, enough? Well, we got to try something different.
I got it. I didn't want to announce it though. Thank you though for letting me know. I appreciate you putting this stuff out here because it's a lot of videos I've never seen. Thank you for that.
I think that's part of the problem and part of the frustration with the public is they beg for your help or they ask for your help, and then they give them a little bit, but then they get nothing in return. And I think that's very frustrating. And that's why the public, not just the Delphi area, but throughout the country that's involved in this case, they're very frustrated by that.
Wthr has filed requests with the court for the affidavit to be made public. That is common with nearly every criminal case in Indiana. In Thursday's order, Diener went on to write, all public information will be available the second it exists.
It's tough. It's tough for him. I mean, we just spent 20, 30 minutes with Rick, and he misses his wife. He misses human connection with people. So it's been difficult for him.
Richard Allen's defense attorneys say they have read those sealed probable cause affidavits. After the hearing today, though, they told us they are not at all impressed with the case that's been made against their client.
He said, I am not guilty. Thank you for helping us.
They say that revelation by prosecutor Nicholas McClellan that he has reason to believe there was someone else involved in the murders of Abby and Libby came as a shock to everyone, including them.
If you read the probable cause affidavit, it does not mention anything about any other person. That was news to us.
They are adamant that Allen has.
And yet they made a whole new task force to look into that theory of there being more than one culprit.
Has been wrongfully accused and said he has no idea why any of this is happening.
You guys will read the probable cause affidavit yourselves. You will determine for yourselves whether that is what a 5-year investigation looks like.
When the prosecutor revealed that there may be another person involved, in what capacity we obviously don't know. Right. But when that piece of information came out, could you feel that moment as well?
Oh yeah, I mean, I think everybody just sort of, looked at each other, was like, oh, well, that's the first, I think people had that sense a little bit, but that was the first time it was actually confirmed to us. So yeah, you could just feel.
Okay, well, we're only 10 minutes into this, so let's look at the first one. If that's all right with y'all. Hey, Trisha, thank you for being here. the person who made this, Criminal Network, again, I've dropped their link in the description box. I will drop it again. Gave me permission to use their video, and they stated that this is the second one. So let's see the first one leading up to Richard Allen's arrest. Now, this is going to be...
What do you think they screwed up? Their investigation. What?
My computer likes to be crazy. So it's this video is going to have...
Concentrated on people who didn't do anything too much.
Shut your mouth. So this video is going to have like clips, okay? Let me see. So you have to kind of just listen, and then you can make the connections. And I will try to tell you what I know. Regarding what I'm hearing, I will try to tell you everything I know and can relate to it. This person is not... I just subscribed to you. I don't know why it's telling me to subscribe here. When I grabbed your link, I subscribed. So this is the first one. Right? Yeah. So this is the first one, and it's going to be leading up to Richard Allen's arrest. And then that's the second one. And we'll get through everything we can today. And as soon as I get this plan, I will get to my phone, and I will drop his link again. Do. Okay. I like your writing. It reminds me of the Memphis 3 documentaries we watched last weekend. I think that was last weekend.
So my last video pissed you off. Well, this one's really gonna piss you off.
They shadow ban people that be putting the truth out here. They really do.
So you don't like my hat? You think I'm the murderer because I'm wearing this hat, right?
Oh, good grief.
How about this hat? Does this hat trigger you?
I mean, like you said, dude, you look at me on paper, bro.
It looks bad.
I'm a serious dude. It ain't no joke. I'm a monster on paper, and there's times in my life I've been a monster in real person because they took boogeymen like me and sent them to other people's doors.
Oh, okay. Please let me know if you got pictures of the actual crime scene in here, because if you do, I can't play that. So let me know, please, because I can't. I'm not going down that road.
Very scary situation right now, and
we do it at the same time every day.
You don't have pictures of the girls in here, right? Please let me know if you do, because okay, cool. Thank you.
It was the one where Jesus says, love your enemies.
I'm sorry, Jesus. That doesn't work today in Delphi, Indiana.
We believe you are hiding in plain sight. And that's the unfortunate experience of experiencing evil.
Delphi, Indiana. Population 3,000, nestled among a network of parks and wilderness trails,
is like many Midwestern towns, quiet and peaceful. But 5 years ago, that peace was shattered.
From the teenager's last location, a Snapchat photo taken by Libby German put her and her friend Abby Williams on the abandoned Monon High Bridge early Monday afternoon. They were enjoying a day off from school. The pair never arrived at a location a relative was supposed to pick them up.
Pier 6, right? 79601 and 79602. When I left that group, I was already dressed out, and I came up closer to the scene. Pick up. It's going to take us up there versus bringing several vehicles. So we'll be up there in just a minute. No hurry.
Thanks, all. I'm going to give a trigger warning for all of this, but it is scrolling across the bottom of my screen. This is probably going to have some information in it that's hard to hear. And I just want to let y'all know that. Again, thank you, because this is a lot of footage I've never seen. Hello, Norma, and thank you for being here.
State Police Sergeant Kim Riley does say they have hundreds of tips, but no suspects at this time. He isn't calling this a murder investigation. He just says that foul play is expected. And we asked him why, and he said that it's because of the way that the scene looked.
The murders of two young girls in a small Indiana town has become a national story. Drivers in nearly every state are now passing by billboards like the one you see here, with a plea for justice for Libby German and Abby Williams.
Should people in this community be concerned about someone running around targeting kids?
Yes.
My response is no. I feel safe for this community.
Why Libby? Why Abby? Why Delphi?
Why any child anywhere?
Why Carroll County?
The area that they were in is very hard to get to. I mean, you can't get there unless you walk there. I mean, so somebody would be walking with them or something.
"24 hours after two bodies were found in a wooded area in Delphi, a coroner confirms the town's worst fears. The bodies belonged to 13-year-old Abigail Williams and 14-year-old Liberty German, who were both last seen hiking in that area on a day off from school. We now know the two girls were murdered and their killer is still out there.
We have nobody in custody at this time. So as far as I'm concerned, yes, there is somebody out there that did this horrendous crime.
I actually walked with Ron to the crime scene after it was cleared by investigators a few weeks ago. He showed.
CriminalNetwork says the girls' bodies were displayed as the tarot cards, the Hanged Man, and the Magician. I think so too, and that makes me question everything, because while I don't believe personally that Richard Allen is guilty of this, I look at Ron Logan and this person Elvis, and I'm like, these people don't know about tarot cards. But if you actually see the photo, and again, I hate to reference it because I'm not going to show it, but if you see them, I mean, it's definitely, that's exactly what it looked like to me and a lot of other people. So then my question is who, because in order to do that out there, you have to know those cards like the back of your hand. And I used to read tarot cards, and I don't even remember them, like, enough to know that off the top of my head. So you're looking for somebody that's into things like that, and it's going to be very obvious. So then my question would be, who is it going to be? Somebody that is into tarot card reading and fortune telling and things like that would be my thought process on that.
Showed us the area where the girls were found. Tonight, police are searching for evidence to either connect him to the case or clear his name. This is at least the second warrant served at his property recently, but the investigation has led police to take another close look.
Police say they'll work through the weekend collecting tips from the community. And today, investigators returned to the area where searchers found the girls' bodies to look for more clues.
Friday evening, state police hurry into the cemetery.
Returning to the crime scene, undercover officers did some work and left about 20 minutes later.
This case is unlike any that I've seen in almost a 40-year career. So there are so many different tentacles to this. It's very complex.
Our granddaughter Libby was flat out killed. For what? No clue.
It's too bad it had to happen like that, you know. But yeah, it was.
Were there any eyewitnesses who actually saw him?
No, there were.
February 13th is a ritual called the Feast of Vala, and our wonderful Overprotected was telling us that when we first started talking about this case, that February 13th is a date in that religion, or having to do with I think it was actually Greek. It goes way back, like to Greek mythology, maybe. I could be wrong about the Greek part, but it's some type of mythology.
There were not.
Other than obviously the girls.
We believe that the sketch that you see behind you was a face-to-face encounter.
Hey, the Asher
with a
from
citizen of
Space.
Delphi.
I haven't seen you in a while.
Okay.
You just cannot believe this terrible thing that happened to the community and the families actually happened here on my property in my backyard. I was not home during the time that all this was happening. I was in Lafayette.
Yeah.
If you've paid attention to anything happening in the Hoosier State in the last couple of weeks, you understand the horrendous things that happened in Delphi, Indiana to Abby and Libby. For those that don't know, what happened, Doug?
They were brutally murdered 2 weeks ago yesterday. We need your help.
How many people have called in to help?
Over 9,000.
How many different police departments are helping?
25.
If you can recognize this audio clip.
He does look good.
On February 14th, 2017, at approximately 12.
I don't know if you caught it, and I don't want to take it back, but that was a picture of the leather fanny pack that his girlfriend stated he would wear, and he kept his pew-pew in it, and Bridge Guy evidently had a fanny pack on as well. And that's not something common anymore, not since the 80s, really.
12:17 p.m., victims Liberty German and Abigail Williams were found deceased on the banks of Deer Creek, but on private property, approximately 520 feet from the southeast end of the Monon High Bridge and 1,400 feet from the residence of Ronald Logan.
Have there been any other similar crimes, Doug, similar MOs in the area?
Well, we believe that a person that would commit a crime like this with such incredibly evil intent likely has committed that crime before. And with that known, he likely will commit it again.
This one's just, it's got a whole twist to it that even I, as a 30-year veteran, had never seen.
Today, Sergeant Holman tells me they recovered even more audio from Libby's phone, which was found with the girls at the crime.
Dennis, do you have one? They're becoming popular again, but I mean, remember this was 2017. I think they started becoming popular again in like 2020 or 2021, but like in 2017, they weren't that popular. In my opinion, I could be wrong.
Crime scene.
We've only released a portion of it. There's some others that we think could help us, but again, protecting the integrity of the investigation is the key here. So we can't release it.
Okay. And they, in fact, were found down the hill.
I said they're, obviously somewhere.
But knowing the area like I do, I'm not going to say it didn't happen because I wasn't there that day.
You were there.
Yeah.
Looking around.
Yes.
Yeah.
We've had a lot of it. We've tried.
Becky, do you feel that investigators are any closer today to solving this case?
Yes.
What makes you say that?
Because I have faith in them. I know they're working diligently. I know they're getting rid of tips.
I have to say, God's got this, and so do the police. And we're going to do what we can, which is work on our park and our ball field.
That may have been him ordering them to get away where anybody could see them, to get down the hill.
Also remember that all persons arrested are presumed innocent. All persons arrested are presumed innocent.
I apologize for that. Again, I'm giving y'all a big trigger warning.
Oh, I needed one. I gave out too many.
And don't litter. I don't want to have to arrest anybody. Okay. Basically, we have identified the bodies of the two females that were found out yesterday.
There was hundreds of cars and vehicles and trucks, those generator trucks that keep the lights going, and they had the whole woods lit up. It looked like a football field out here.
Police tell us a volunteer searcher discovered the bodies off of the trail route in the woods. Logan says that searcher is his neighbor who noticed obvious signs of foul play after he found the girls.
Tuesday, he apparently went back there with another searcher, and they found them back there.
Officials.
I've seen some like Facebook or Reddit posts about Elvis Fields, but I haven't found a lot about him. I want to look more into that theory, but I've got to find more information on Elvis Fields.
Searched every inch of Logan's 40 acres and the woods behind the nearby Morning Heights Cemetery, which is just across the stream from the Monon High Bridge, the last spot the girls were seen. Right now, the suspect or suspects who killed these girls is still on the run.
It's really, really important that you understand how important and what the importance of the role is that you play. It creates lots of complications when that analysis is done outside of the purview of the experts that I happen to be able to represent that are standing behind me today. I'm good and pissed off, frankly, for all the reasons we've already talked about. And my soul's getting eaten from the inside out.
And that'll probably go right out the window too.
So that's the big way to help, is finding that person that's willing to step up and say, yeah, I think I know who it is.
The image that we have to America is, please disregard the face of our new reality.
We believe in law enforcement. We believe in the FBI and everybody else that's been on this case.
Anything to say to the community?
Remember, they kicked the FBI out of this case. They wouldn't let them in. And the FBI had a voice analysis done of Ron Logan saying down the hill, and they correlated it to him. And from what I understand, when they arrested Richard Allen, the FBI was kind of like, what? Are you serious?
Huge thank you.
Yes, thank you for all their help.
Should people in the community be afraid right now?
Oh, wow.
Based upon what you've seen and you know.
I need to find that info.
I think people are smart enough in our community to draw their own conclusions about what they should feel and shouldn't feel. Our people are very smart. We have a very good community, and they are very strong. And they are able to draw their own conclusions about this whole situation, I think, quite successfully. Thank you for the question.
Ron Logan generally met the description of the man that was seen in the picture, potentially the bridge guy. And there are reports.
Nope, I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to pause it on that. Don't you do it. Look at that. Don't you do it. You mug. Hold on. We hadn't seen all that. Hold on. We were right there. Right there. Look at that. That looks like the same jacket, almost. And we just saw him walking in the other video. I think this is supposed to be the leather fanny pack right here, but it could also be a shirt. Wow, that is crazy. And this is who the FBI had pinned, from what I understand. Wow.
There are reports that he has been violent towards women in the past.
It's just hard to comprehend as to what's happened here.
Investigators worked 2 days gathering evidence and looking for clues to the killer. Between here and the bridge, there is a
Eek just gifted 10 allegedly speculating memberships. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that, Eek. Thank you. Oh, Lord have mercy. Well, if y'all got one, tell that person thank you. So if you, that threw me off. If you guys saw Ron, okay. Thoughts. Ron Logan was wearing the same outfit. That's what it appeared. To me, oh my gosh. Where was it? Yeah. CriminalNetwork said that's the exact same outfit, and it appeared to be the exact same outfit to me as well. That was amazing to me, like the correlation between the outfits. That's crazy.
The half a mile of high bluffs, steep embankments, and deep ravines Logan has walked for 50 years.
No one carried him here. We've been too physical.
Love for one another. Thank you for being here, and thank you for coming to our chat today. It says it's hard. This person says it's hard for 12 people to agree on what to eat, let alone all this information or evidence. I'm in Indiana. There is reasonable doubt. I agree. For sure.
They may have just been hiking, checking out the country. And somebody may have been with them that they knew. So they had to come all the way through this territory to get down in here. Not an easy trip. A double homicide. This is a first.
This investigation is far from complete, and we will not jeopardize its integrity by releasing or discussing documents or information before the appropriate time. Prosecutor Nick McClelland, of course.
Hey, Annie Ruler, thank you for being here. Annie Ruler says that clown channel showed Ron Logan wearing that outfit. In his video showing Bridge Guy video is fake, in my opinion. Oh, okay. Are you talking about that one guy where the guy is like got the clown face and there's spiders coming down his cheek? I saw that video where they related it to Pixar. They said, I think the police actually did say they had to use artificial intelligence to work on that video, which was surprising to say the least. Hello, Roxy Stone and Tabitha. Sorry, I missed it. It scrolled up and Basil is like wanting all the loving right now. Tabitha Fire says hello, and Roxy Stone says Ron Logan's phone pinged near the crime scene that night. See the FBI affidavit. Oh, okay. I haven't seen the FBI affidavit. I'll have to work on getting that. Thank you guys for being here today.
We'll share additional information about what we can and cannot say. So we will, of course, comply.
Yep, that's it, Annie.
I think investigators constantly relook at evidence every day.
Drip
Is there
drop,
something I missed? Is there something else I can do?
Oh,
so I think that's constantly going on. But
yeah, I don't mind mentioning other people's names in here. It doesn't bother me at all. The only thing that would bother me if you're like, yeah, this person's live right now, so go check them out while I'm live, because that would take people away. But other than that, I don't mind if you guys mention channels in here. And I tell people all the time, if you have a channel, let people know so that people over here can go subscribe to your channel.
in my opinion, it's not my place to give direction to the investigators on how to run the investigation. I've directed all law enforcement to review all requests with me, all public requests before a response is given. That is simply to protect the integrity of the case. My main goal is to protect this case, to make sure that we don't do anything to jeopardize trying this case once we have someone arrested.
Investigators are using other tactics to track this man down, including DNA, which is being analyzed by the Indiana State Police Crime Lab.
Unfortunately, their bodies were found by members of an organized search party.
Is there DNA evidence? You have his voice on tape. Do you feel confident about this?
We are confident that we're going to catch the person or persons that killed these young ladies.
We've learned that DNA testing has been put on the fast track, the voice being analyzed.
We have detectives, officers, and analysts working on these tips and investigating all possible evidence from these tips. All the tips are greatly appreciated. All the tips.
Annie, that's such a sweet thing to say. Thank you. Yeah, I try to run things a little differently, but thank you for saying that. That was super sweet. I'm gonna play this for a minute. I've got to go start a pot of coffee and get me some fresh coffee, but I'm gonna be listening. Quit, Basil.
tips. We want to encourage people to continue to call in with any information that they may have.
Basil is my rabbit. He is our mascot. He is wanting all the affection. He just went and laid down now.
What did you think had happened at that point?
So we were just looking for them laying somewhere.
I think everyone understands the only thing that lasts forever is dying.
Nothing is going to be considered a dumb tip or a tip that we don't want. Information is our main weapon here. And so any bit of information that someone has, they need to call in and give us. That could be the missing piece that we need to solve this thing. That could be the missing piece that we're waiting on that ties everything together.
Directly to the killer who may be in this room. Somebody knows. And if you're watching,
Okay. This is not a big town here.
No, our town has 3,000 people.
I know the family has done everything they can to keep this in front of the media, to encourage people to call in tips, and I'm doing the same thing. I know the family's been fantastic. I appreciate their dedication and their resolve to get this thing solved. But any little tip could be the piece that we need. And so we want to encourage people to keep calling in those tips, keep giving us the information that you have.
But, again, I got to kind of rely on the investigative team.
That we haven't reached the right person yet. Either it's somebody covering up or we haven't reached the person that recognizes that picture. But
Did you have suspicions right away? Did somebody come to your mind?
No.
We want people to know this is not a cold case. This case is not closed. We are not done with this investigation. There are countless people working on this every day.
It's definitely not a cold case at this point.
Hey,
we continue to get tips in, and
Thank
they
you for
continue
being
to work
here.
on. I mean, we've had over
Abella.
26,000 tips in this
Hey,
case.
Doc
It takes a
Bones,
long
thank you
time to
for
go
being
through
here.
those. Law enforcement has been doing.
Abella's gifted 10 allegedly speculating memberships. Thank you so much for doing that. You guys are so sweet. Thank you. I'll play our little clip real quick. And we'll get back to this. Thank you, Abellas. That was so sweet. Thank you so much. Really, thank you. It took it a minute to unmute. Thank you so much, Abellas. Thank you. That was super sweet. Thank you. Right?
Doing a spectacular job working through all these, and we need to trust law enforcement that they're doing their job, and they are.
We will, I believe, be more vengeful, or I should say vengeful, but
That girl, I think it's at the bottom. I'm sure one of my mods can tell you where it's at. I think at the bottom there's like a little, like where you chat at, there's like a little dollar bill sign thing that you can turn it on. I don't know. I need to post it on my community post on how to do it, how to turn it on. Yeah, I got some really great people here.
Thank you, a lot of the trail system is within the city of Delphi and part of their property. And so we will assist the city police with any additional law enforcement that they need.
They've also been testing and comparing the DNA left at this crime scene almost daily, hoping it leads them to the killer.
The question is, do we have DNA? Yeah, we have DNA. We just, we're still working on determining what kind of DNA. Is it the victims? Is it known family members? Is it our suspect?
Turns out the FBI was also talking to Logan. An agent at the time noted that Logan's voice was not inconsistent with that of the voice captured on German's phone.
The FBI notes an interview with Logan's relative in which the relative tells the agent that Logan called them the morning of February 14th, 2017, and asked them to lie about where he had been the previous afternoon. That was.
Are you serious? And we knew this and put this on the news. That's how confident we were about this. The FBI said his voice could not be ruled out and was inconclusive as far as that goes. But then again, if we're going on inconclusive, they could say that the bullet matched Richard Allen's gun. So I don't know. But asking somebody to lie for you about where you were and then the cousin can't validate your alibi, like for real, and we're not even looking into this guy. Of course, he's deceased now, but my goodness. Like the police missteps and just intentional screw ups, in my opinion, allegedly speculating, are astounding.
That was before the bodies of the girls were found.
You brutally murdered 2 little girls, 2 children. Only a coward would do such a thing.
And tonight, the killer remains on the loose, but we are learning much more about what evidence police have that could lead to that killer. CBS 4's Alexis McAdams sat down with a lead investigator on this case today. She found out there is DNA evidence out there and more audio.
Tonight, the lead detective on the Delphi case tells me although the killer thinks that he got away, every single day lab techs are working to process evidence, including DNA that was left at the crime scene.
We are going to continue.
That they haven't even tested yet. 72 or 73 hairs they still have not tested. And hey, again, Doc Bones, I didn't know if you heard me earlier, but I did want you to know that I said hey to you. Trixie said a bullet that a hiker found 2 inches in the ground that was unspent, mind you. Right, exactly. And that's the only thing they're linking Richard Allen to this case with. Like, stop it. Get the F out of there. I could have done better police investigation than that, allegedly speculating.
Continue a very methodical and committed approach
to
ensure that if any other person had any involvement in these murders in any way, that person or persons will be held accountable.
With the Orion system and the expertise that the FBI brought from all over the country to allow us to manage that kind of data.
This says Orion, Operational Response and Investigative Online Network. Orion allows the FBI and its partners to coordinate crisis situations no matter how many personnel are involved or where they are located.
Continue to take any information anybody has, and as we've done with all the information we've gathered,
It's really important that we track data.
They are sloppy, Doc Bones.
every keystroke, every image, every video that's sent or received is recorded forever.
Y'all put Eek on the case, she'll have every feminine-looking man in the area locked up in 24 hours. Eek will solve it, let me tell you.
My gosh, I hope people hear that.
Really study the picture and listen to the audio clip. Someone out there knows this person or persons to review all the information and help us collect the pieces of this puzzle. Seems a little odd. However small it may seem, it is extremely vital to capture every tip we can get. Please, we need your help. From fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, the people and businesses of this great community across the state, nation, and beyond who have pulled together around us, providing help. We're asking everyone, from fundraisers, food for our families and law enforcement, to the hugs, handshakes, kind words, all of these items help.
Right, Pinto?
But again, we also say thank you for all the generous donations, all of which are too numerous to name. With their donation, the reward fund is now well over $200,000. The other donations we've received in Libby's name have been utilized to establish a scholarship fund.
See, but that was the other question I had. I have to play devil's advocate and I have to look at everything from every side. If there is more than one person involved, how are you getting them to stay quiet? Because a secret remains a secret until you tell somebody, right? So eventually one person's going to snap and talk if there's more than one involved. So how are you getting everybody to be quiet? Unless if it is like a lot of law enforcement officials or government entities, and they're all working together to make sure that somebody goes down for it and is basically the scapegoat, and they're keeping everybody quiet. So if anybody cracks, they're going, I mean, where do you go? If you're a law enforcement official involved in some shit and your higher ups are also involved in the same shit, who do you tell? I don't know.
In her name.
It's
And
crazy.
the rest of the funds we hope to be used to build a softball field in park.
Josh did allude to the fact that we're very.
Criminal Network, who made this video with all this information in it, stated that a warrant was served on at Ron Logan's home on February 14th, and everything needed to convict multiple people was found: DNA, pew-pews, knives, bloods, girls' clothing. Illegal search rendered it as fruit of the poisonous tree. Wow, that is really interesting.
Very forward, I think, in the country in our capabilities for these types of cases.
Hey, Kelly.
These are the folks that have committed their entire lives to a successful conclusion. Right here.
We give a lot of.
Kelly, thank you for being here. Kelly says it's a big club and you're not in it. Basically.
Dedication and time, and we never give up on all the cases.
Yeah, that's what I said. Eat girls'
but certainly
clothing, really?
when it comes to children, the most vulnerable segment of our society, that has to be investigated with a real sense of urgency.
I talked to 2 FBI agents for a good hour. I said,
right,
this is who killed Abby and Libby. This is your bridge guy. And that's Ron Logan.
That's what the FBI does best. We take things that are hard, and if not for the FBI, who? And we have a number of assets back at Quantico, Virginia, in our Operations and Technology Division, who are able to provide the brightest minds and techniques to be able to help us with these very type of cases.
Now, in total,
right, that's my issue. Girls' clothing, not women's clothing. I mean, maybe he's got some type of fetish, do you, boo? But no, girls' clothing. Does he have any grandchildren? Does he have a granddaughter or something it could belong to? I doubt it. That's freaking weird, man.
investigators note they have now served roughly a dozen search warrants in this case without making any arrests.
The purpose of a search warrant is to find any evidence that would connect to this crime.
Our lovely Trixie said that Elvis Field's sister Murphy testified, provided very specific information that only someone who was at the crime scene would have known. Murphy also recalled a recorded phone call between Fields and hold on, I might have missed Fields and his sister, during which she blurted out, "Elvis, why did you kill those girls?" Oh my gosh. Yeah, I got to pull this information on Elvis. Maybe we can talk about it tomorrow while we're doing the verdict watch. She says Fields denied the killings, and the girls were interviewed by detectives, but Murphy recounted an interaction that caught him off guard. After Fields consented to swab test, he asked Murphy if he would get in trouble if his spit was found on the girls. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm with Dennis here. Now we all spit on people. That is, like, to me personally, the most disrespectful thing you could ever do to somebody is spit at them. I done it one time when I was breaking up with a guy, and I will never do it again. That is so disrespectful. To spit in somebody's face is just it's really worse. The absolute most worst thing you could do to somebody, in my opinion, other than, killing them or something. Like, I'd rather be punched in the face than for you to spit in my face. I don't know. I guess I'm just weird. I just think it's utterly disrespectful to do that.
While 77-year-old Ron Logan sat in the Carroll County Jail, arrested on an unrelated probation violation. A few dozen investigators searched his home, garage, barns, and property Friday, looking for clues to determine whether Logan is a suspect or should be ruled out in the murders of 14-year-old Libby German and 13-year-old Abby Williams.
Basically, we're trying to either clear him or look at him even harder. That's what we're trying to do here.
Investigators searched Logan's property using a canine, taking away potential evidence and his truck.
I'm not sure
Yeah, evidently, I am gonna do everything I can to pull information on Elvis Fields, the Discord. My girls in Discord usually get me some really good information, so hopefully I'll have some by tomorrow and we could talk about this Elvis Fields and where we found all that information about him spitting on the girls and all of that.
Sure, I fully comprehend what all's happened yet.
Oh goodness, Eek.
2 young kids playing, you know, thinking they're having a wonderful day, Valentine's Day, and ends up in one of the largest tragedies in Carroll County history. I'll let you answer that.
At this time, we do not believe so, sir.
Does that mean you have a person of interest in custody or a suspect?
We do not, sir.
Can you tell us the cause, the manner of death that the autopsy uncovered?
No, we cannot do that at this time because of the investigation is still in its baby steps, so to speak, and we don't want to put that information out yet.
Can you describe for us the scope of the investigation, the resources, the people, what's going on with the investigation?
The Carroll County Sheriff's Department is the lead investigation. They've asked us to help. The Delphi Police Department is assisting. We have the FBI, what's called their ERT team, which is the evidence collection team that is here. And they're also providing other resources at this time.
Yeah, Indiana State Police is one of, again, we are so lucky to be in the state of Indiana, particularly in the Southern District, because of the expertise that's been developed in this area.
Sorry, I coughed. Criminal Network says 2 Elvis Fields sisters were told and both passed polygraph tests. That's crazy. That's crazy. But not even a thought, not even a bloop on the police's radar, right? Okay. I hear you.
Indiana State Police, led by Superintendent Doug Carter, and just his impassioned support for these types of investigations, have developed a capability that really, I don't want to sound
right, bad girl,
overconfident, but certainly we have abilities because of the work that we've done, and in the cases that we've gained experience in, that we are able to do these cases unlike most other jurisdictions, for sure.
There's not a better agency on the planet Earth. Some of you will become cynical and hateful, and that's exactly what we'll do. Every single time, it's like the first time.
We like it here, we love it here, we finally found a home. A what? A home, a what? A home, a what? A home away from home.
Good morning.
Morning, sir.
Come on. Good morning.
Morning, sir.
That person, we're standing here right now. What do you say to that person?
Why? You son of a bitch. Why?
I mean, I'd like to say that to him as far as withholding all this other evidence. Again, I mean, you had all these other people to look at, and you didn't even look into any of them. No, you convicted Richard Allen right off the bat. And because of your political election coming up, right? Like, why not wait a little longer until we're absolutely 100% confident in our choice of who the person is that did it, right? I saw Bambina Forever is in here. Thank you, Bambina, for being here. Bambina says Richard Allen did that. Quit that conspiracy nonsense. I'm sorry you feel that way, love. I do respect your opinion. I think I like to look at all the evidence laid out, right? You know what I mean? But I do appreciate you letting your thoughts, opinions, and speculations be heard.
Our town lost their innocence. You hear of stuff, terrible things happening in the big cities, but you never hear of it here.
This city of 3,000 is on edge. 2 bodies found, no one in custody.
The bodies have been positively identified as Abigail J. Williams, 13 of the Delphi area, and Liberty Rose Lynn German, 14 of the Delphi area. This is considered a double homicide investigation.
Who would be so barbaric? Who would kill 2 teenage girls?
Well, I guess I'm confident we're going to solve this case. So I'm confident that if he's listening in or she's listening in or whoever it is, that at some point I'll be sitting across from you.
Hey, Mary. Mary says conspiracy theories is like a snake in cases with no proof. Okay. Thank you for letting your thoughts and opinions be heard. I appreciate you being here. You said I don't like being blamed for something just if someone might hate me. Well, yeah, that is a problem with some conspiracy theories. We definitely don't want to blame somebody, right, if they're not guilty. But at the same time, I personally don't feel that this magic bullet that couldn't be definitively identified as coming from Richard Allen's pew should be held against him either. Like, if we're going to talk about conspiracy theories, I think it's all a conspiracy theory. As far as the suspects, like you could say Richard Allen being accused is a conspiracy theory because the only thing that actually links him is this magic bullet that can't be held conclusively to his gun. Okay. Then you say Ron Logan, who definitely looks like a suspect to me, but you could say, okay, well, maybe people didn't like him and they're accusing him. And then we got the Elvis Fields thing. Well, that was an ex-boyfriend, right? Like we could say they're all a conspiracy theory, and we could also say they're all guilty, right? It just depends on your perspective and what you are looking at. And I appreciate the fact that we can all talk openly here and in chat and be inclusive to everybody, because I love to hear everybody's thoughts and opinions and speculations.
In the courtroom. And so about all I can say about it, but I'm confident we're going to resolve this case. I'm confident we're going to get an arrest, and I'm confident we're going to solve it. So
I'm sorry, I've got to take a stab at that.
I still get probably 25 and 40 direct tips a week right here, literally from around the world.
We must keep our resolve for Libby and Abby to ensure that good trumps evil.
And catch a killer.
They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
This is the gate they left down. Okay, there's the crime scene down there. See how the ground's much more matted down right in here? I think you're right there. I think you're right there.
The day Abby and Libby went missing.
I'm not going to say it didn't happen because I wasn't there coming out.
Within an hour and 23 minutes of her last Snapchat post, you were there.
Yeah.
Looking around.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't want to discourage anyone from using the system, and as far as the trail system, it's there for a purpose, for recreation. I feel that folks should continue with business as usual.
It's about Abby and Libby, their families in this community, this nation, and even our planet.
Individual's fate.
What are we missing? Is you.
This is all new and exclusive information that we're bringing to you right now. We just talked with the superintendent, Doug Carter of Indiana State Police. He tells us he's confident they're getting much closer to finding Abby and Libby's killer. And investigators are still working around the clock tonight. But we just learned from the superintendent that they have recovered a very important piece of evidence from the crime scene that is linked to the killer. That's the first time we're hearing any of the information about what was found at the crime scene. And also, this is an active and ongoing investigation, but with that key evidence and a suspect profile, police tell us they're getting closer every day to that killer, and they want him to know that. Right now, they're still going after him with the mindset that he could very well be a local. Now, the FBI profile that is in the works right now will give police a better idea of who exactly they are looking for.
Once again, police returned to the scene of the crime. In the 18 days since the girls were found murdered here, investigators have interviewed 1,000 people, half of them because of tips from the public.
Going out and speaking with people and marking them off the list as suspects is what.
Oh, yeah, Mary, you're good. Mary said, I'm not disagreeing with you. Always we have to have level-headed proof and opinions. I agree 100% with you there. And you're good, love. Everybody's good here. We're very inclusive here at the Speculating family. And I love to hear everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. Again, this is from the person in chat, Criminal Network, right here. If you guys want to check him out and his YouTube channel, I will try to drop the link again for anybody that's coming in or out.
Is what's been occurring, but by doing that, we're focusing in on the people who committed this murder here in Delphi, Indiana.
You know, you're going to get into my soul a little bit with a question like that. Yeah, and I'm going to tell you why. I want to tell you why, because of what my eyes have seen and what the eyes of these fellows behind me have seen.
Rod L., you made me laugh out loud with that one. Yeah, it was definitely Oswald.
That you haven't seen. About 3/4 of a mile from here.
Fearful that that person or those people might have had a role in the actual crime itself.
I don't know any of that information. That's what you're asking.
Do you think there's anybody in this town that knew about this and kept their mouth shut?
I don't know. That would be speculation, really. I mean, what do you think?
It's a small town.
Sure is.
A lot of people who know each other.
Say that hopefully someone will be held accountable is important. So thank you.
Sure is.
There is a team of dedicated people. Obviously, I talk to the investigative team. If somebody calls me with something,
Thank you, Meemaw. That was sweet.
I always tell them, say, I'm going
Right, Kelly,
straight
I
to the
agree.
investigative team with this. Continuing to spread that information out there, because I truly believe that somebody out there knows something. That's a good point, Jason, and I hope, and people do, and that's probably what it's going to take, is somebody to recognize and make that step and make that leap forward and put that out there.
It was the butler.
Yeah.
For the most part, the media.
It was the butler in the parlor.
The YouTubers, everybody have been wonderful. You guys have spread the word a lot. A lot of people know about this case because of you guys, and we're very, very thankful for that.
With the candlestick.
So I think when people start doing their own investigation and start comparing what they think, that creates problems. We'd ask them not to do that.
How can the public continue to help with this case?
Keep doing what they're doing.
I know I'm picking right now, but I do want us to remember Abby and Libby in this situation, and I hope that they do get justice. I mean, I just want to make sure that whoever it is, it's the right person. And if a jury of 12 people think that it is him, then I have to go with that. I just want more. I think there's more to this than what's being laid out. I mean, I know there is. The judge isn't even letting all the evidence be heard in the courtroom, and you can't expect a jury to make an informed decision without all of the evidence, is my issue with the Richard Allen theory. That's my biggest issue. If you know it's him, why not let all the evidence be heard? I mean, I don't understand that.
Keep doing what they're doing.
I was cleared by the authorities ages ago.
Searchers found the girls' bodies on Ron Logan's property. He's afraid of rumors and what he calls armchair investigators.
Because now they're destroying lives with words. And people may never recover from some of these things that they're making accusations about.
That kind of information we're keeping close to ourselves. There's specific pieces of information that we're not discussing. We're keeping information that will only be known by the person or by who that person told. And when that's shared with us, it will set off the alarm bells and we'll know.
It is inevitable in times of uncertainty and chaotic circumstance that rumors, misrepresentations, and misinformation runs rampant.
He had been more mad than that. My son, when he was a kid, he and his buddies played in here for all the time. I mean, he was born here. That's a different time, though.
When?
Them crescent wrenches, I have to use one to switch to propane tanks, and if I drop that thing on my toe, it would break it. I mean, I couldn't imagine what that poor woman went through. And if that man is that violent, and you heard her in the first interview where she just has a fit about having to admit that she was basically his sex slave. It's a depraved mind that does things like that. And it's a depraved mind that also does things like what was done to them girls, to Abigail Williams and Libby German. Now, I mean, I just don't know. This case is so perplexing. It throws up way more questions than answers.
When is something going to happen? And again, the numerous things that we had at our disposal and all the information and evidence that existed, it just boggles the mind. And I am certain, and I know Doug feels the same way, there's someone out there who knows something. And because I feel so strongly about many of the not circumstantial things, many of the crime scene things of which we won't speak about that point to more of a signature that the killer left behind, we feel very confident that person comes forward. That's the thing that will help us tie it together.
This is another example of Indiana setting the standard. A lot of other states looking to Indiana, asking, how did you do this?
And you did everything you could to support us, but most importantly, you surrounded the family. For Mike and Becky and Anna.
What are they telling you about the investigation?
Mary, I don't know how. I haven't figured out how to set up a poll. I want to do it, but I have no idea how to do it when we're live. When I figure that out, I will start dropping polls on, like, do you think he's guilty or innocent, and different questions like that, because you can remain anonymous in those polls.
They're really not more than what they tell the public, to be honest with you, and that's fine. I'm okay with that. Well, obviously, I don't know all the information that they have, whether it's, you want to call it evidence or information, in and around this case.
Because remember, we don't tell the family much more than the rest of the world knows. We can't.
We do have a little more information than what the public does.
Bad girl, I'm not sure. Mary said, okay, I appreciate it. Y'all, if y'all wouldn't mind, hit the thumbs up so that we get out into the algorithm for more people to see us. Thank you.
Most of what they have told us, they've asked us not to share. And not a lot more.
Yeah, Susan, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. And
Criminal Network said listen to her, so I'm going to back it up just a smidge so we can listen to her again. Oh, I need to go back a little bit more than that. All right, 3713. We'll go to 3703. 30. All right, he said listen to what she said, so let's listen.
Information, in and around this case.
Because remember, we don't tell the family much more than the rest of the world knows. We can't.
We do have a little more information than what the public does. Most of what they have told us, they've asked us not to share. And not a lot more.
Yeah, Susan, I appreciate you taking the time to talk with me. And I would also like to.
That's interesting. And from what I understand, they think Richard Allen is guilty. But I'm wondering if we all have the same information that she had at that point in time now, too, since the case has been going on.
To recognize Becky and Mike and Kelsey and Anna. I heard part of that interview a little while ago.
Oh, thank you, Kelly.
I just love them dearly, and I'm so proud of them.
I know. It's so true what you're saying.
I just love them dearly.
They're most important of all.
Retired Detective Robert Snow believes the break in the case will come from the public.
Oh, we absolutely are. Untrained. We absolutely are, right? So you're right. It's without training, we're expected to be all things to all people. Sometimes that's really, really difficult, but we'll try. No matter what we do, we're wrong. And we're guilty until we prove ourselves innocent. And guys like me should be the ones held accountable for inappropriate actions by the rank and file. And I make every single attempt to do that and be as transparent as I can.
I don't want to end this without saying thank you to the families. Thank you for everything you've done.
It's not me. Jerry, and Doug would not travel around the United States with us. They've checked me. I was at work. I have to badge in twice. I'm on camera. I mean,
I've had the opportunity to travel to the East Coast and the West Coast with Mike and Becky and the families, but most importantly of all, as a family. And it was a very strange, emotional day.
I think at every crime scene you have, you're going to have DNA. We're still working on identifying whose all DNA.
CriminalNetwork says while the girls were still missing, law enforcement asked Becky Patty who could do such a thing. And the first thing she said was Brad Holder and that he's an Odinist. Wow. That is interesting. Yeah, no doubt, Kelly. Unfortunately, most of the time in current society, everybody's guilty until proven innocent in every aspect of life, actually. And it kind of sucks.
We have there. We're
I
still
don't know, love.
working on identifying whose all DNA we have there. We're still working on identifying whose all DNA we have there.
Looking back at that first year.
And still working on identifying who all's DNA they had there, 7 years later? While a man is on trial for it? Still haven't gotten around to testing them 73 hairs, Just haven't had the time.
Year of what the police did. There was a lot.
Obviously, the focus still remains on finding whoever did this, but today the community was talking about how to make these trails safer. The people who help run and use the 10 miles of trails around Delphi say there was always talk of improvements that could be made, like more cameras and better signage. Now, though, in the wake of the murders of Libby German and Abby Williams, who spent the last hours of their lives on the trails near the Monon High Bridge, those improvements seem all the more pressing.
It's unfortunate that something like this had to happen in order to highlight it.
Brad Holder's son, Logan Holder, was dating Abigail Williams. Are you serious? See, that's getting into the stuff I haven't had a chance to look into that I need to dig into. Wow, that is crazy. Mary says they got to keep stuff under their hats to prove things. God bless the family. They grieve a lot longer till they find out. My sister, oh, I'm so sorry to hear that, Mary. I am so sorry. I know it doesn't ever get better, but I'm sure it is easier to deal with now, I suppose. I'm so sorry to hear that. If you ever need to talk to somebody, my email is on my page if you ever need to talk.
I can't remember a time in my career where we have a photograph, sound, movement.
Yeah, Sarah, I saw some of it, but I haven't looked at all of it.
We're one step away because somebody knows who he is.
It was a little after midnight. They called me back, and there was a whole group of them sitting there, and they said, we've decided that we've got, for safety, it's a group decision, we've got to cancel the search. And what they said to me at that time was, well, they have youth on their side.
I said, all right, looks like morning it is. And
that is precious.
Came home, and then we convened back there in the morning, probably about 7 o'clock.
I find myself wondering every day what in the hell they're doing, to be honest with you. I've wondered since they called the search off. I fear that the case won't be solved. That's like my biggest fear.
We cannot allow this person to coexist.
That's interesting.
Until there's somebody arrested, we're interested in almost everybody.
Yeah, about the 18-year-old coroner. Actually, well, I think the coroner. Coroner can be somebody can be a coroner with like no training at all. I think the medical examiner has to have training, but you could be a coroner for a town and have like no college degree. It's real interesting about that from what I understand. I could be wrong and I might need to double check, but yeah, from what I understand, like you could be coroner in the town and not have any training at all. Could be wrong, but it's something along those lines. I know that.
Because I refuse to accept evil as a standard bearer in American society, not here.
So as we know, investigators have kept information about how the girls were found, and specifically the crime scene itself, very close to the vest until earlier this year, when a federal search warrant for the property the girls were found on from March 2017 was leaked to the public.
And that it was common for perpetrators to memorialize the crime scene with pictures.
Let me just shut my mouth. Okay, so I looked up, do coroners have to have training to be a coroner? The AI says, yes, you usually need training to become a coroner. But if I scroll down a little bit, it says, although it's not always necessary, a majority of localities require coroners to hold a medical license and be physician. Some other typical requirements to qualify as a coroner are bachelor's degree in criminology, medicine, forensic science, or related field. But it's not necessary in every state and town, because I've heard, especially back in the day, of some people being elected, or I think it's an elected position, and they had no training at all. There is a case out of another case out of Arkansas called the Boys on the Tracks, and that has to do with Alma and Bill Clinton. There's so many rabbit holes in that case that you could go down. And the coroner actually said that, like, the reason that there was basically, he said that somebody's dog ate the head and then threw it back up, and that's why there was brain matter somewhere. It was insane. The man was not qualified. And anyway, looking into that case was how I found that out. Nowadays, towns are a lot bigger. They usually have a lot more people to choose from. I'm assuming would be why it might have been like some really people that shouldn't have been coroners were coroners back then. Now you have a lot of people to choose from that usually would have a medical degree to make them look better fitted for the position. So it'd be better. But yeah, it was pretty scary.
And so that if people ask, all of the family members in the Delphi case been cleared?
Again, that gets into the investigative strategy of Delphi, and I'm not going to go there.
Well, you're saying in this situation, I just want to, we want to be apples and apples.
We received 46,000 tips, Sandra. Comparing apples to apples is appropriate, and I'll accept that. But apples to oranges, I won't. And what you're asking me is to do that. I'm not going to. They're very, very different from the very beginning. They're very, very.
But they related comparing a spent bullet to an unspent bullet for this trial as comparing apples to oranges. Just putting that out there so we know. But he just stated that they're not going to compare apples to oranges.
Very different.
Okay.
And, they're all, I think we're up to around 42 or 43,000 tips.
And I get that. I'm not talking about tips. I'm just saying, have the family members in the Delphi case been cleared?
The vast majority of them have, yes.
So we encourage people, if you know something, go to the website, call the 844-800 number, submit your tip.
Oh my goodness.
Help us solve this case.
Not real sure, even as sheriff of this county, if we really know how to react or how to respond, because again, we've never had this.
I'm sorry, love. Be careful.
So, what's the textbook answer here on responding to this? I'm not sure if there is one.
I want to show you.
Hello, Greenlee. Greenlee says in South Carolina, the coroner is elected and an ME or medical examiner has the education. Thank you for clarifying that for me. And thank you for being here.
Everything, how they could have got here. Because you're going to be as confused as I am. How did these two little girls get here from the high bridge with all this rough terrain without somebody making them come here? The high bridge is right across the creek here. It runs all the way down where this creek and the land joins together. Where they join together is the last photographs taken of the girls.
We have to protect the integrity of the investigation, and it's to protect the family. The family doesn't want us to release the details of this.
They don't.
No, absolutely not. Would you?
Well, I think at this point, after 2 years, where there's been no movement on the case, if I were a family member, I would ask law enforcement to release more information because.
And they have, but
And what specifically?
they've asked us to release more of the audio, more of the video, but we're not.
They have then.
Yeah, they've asked, but there's some details in there that I don't think that if I was a family member, I would want the public to know.
Carroll County Prosecutor Nicholas McLeland also cited the integrity of the investigation.
So that's interesting to me because we know now from the trial that the rest of the video supposedly was released, and it was kind of crappily, like the AI wasn't quite lined up with it or something, and it was crappily made, and it made it sound like the person saying guys down the hill, like the lips of Bridge Guy didn't move when we heard that audio, but that suggested to me it could be somebody else. But then I was told that it was because the video was so degraded. And it's interesting to hear him say there's stuff in that video they wouldn't want the family to see. I mean, like what? All that was in that video supposedly was that a close-up picture of the guy and somebody saying down the hill. It was only a couple seconds longer, maybe 30 seconds longer or something. Hey, Sue Joy, thank you for being here.
One thing I do want to speak to, though, is that more of a concern for me as a law enforcement leader was that we obviously did not want to create a large amount of paranoia and concern. This was solely related to, or isolated, if you will, to these individuals involved.
Like, our main thought was they must have fallen, dropped a phone. Maybe they got lost in the woods. They wandered off a little too far and couldn't find their way back. So at that time, me and my uncle crossed the bridge. We got down to the private drive and we were walking around, yelling their names, trying to find out where they might be, hoping that if they had gotten hurt, they would just yell back and say, hey, we're over here. Can you help us?
Still kind of sits odd with me because it doesn't make.
I really wanted to hear that, so I didn't pause it. Sue Joy, thank you for being here. Sue Joy said, after all the doubts and bungles, I am not sure he's the guy. So many more fit the bill, but the jury isn't privy to it. And that's my biggest issue with all of this. My biggest issue is that the jury is not being given all the evidence. I cannot stand that. It almost makes me lose sleep at night because, again, if you know that this is the person, then give the jury all of the evidence so that they have every bit of all of it to make an informed decision. You cannot withhold stuff from them and expect them to make an informed decision. You just can't. That's my biggest issue with all of this. If you knew it was him, give them all the evidence so they have it, right? Like,
it makes sense that if two children are murdered and you don't know what happened, what's going on, why would you tell the citizens of the community, hey, no big deal. Yeah, we've got little girls murdered, but it's not, don't worry, don't panic. We're fine.
There is a lot of evidence in this case. Is that a fair statement?
From what I know, yes.
Back in April, you mentioned perhaps a smudged fingerprint. Is that a piece of evidence?
There were some fingerprints.
You're a good criminal.
Collected.
And me, Ma, I thought so too.
Yeah. So, but again, practically every crime scene's got fingerprints too, for the most part, unless they're, wearing gloves or something.
Mm-hmm. Ladies and gentlemen, I've seen detectives that have given their lives to this case.
Shane Evans was somebody else I want to look into that I think Sarah was talking about in the Discord. Elvis and Shane are the ones I want to look into again a little closer.
That have held off and discussed holding off retirement. That have canceled family vacations. That work nights, weekends, and holidays. So that we can explain to you one day and to this incredible community, to our state, what happened.
Oh, sorry, I'm talking to Basil. Hold on.
Live amongst us.
And Doug Carter, superintendent of Indiana State Police, is a good friend and a great colleague during that time and continues to be a great friend. He came and asked for our assistance. As the special agent in charge of the FBI's Indianapolis division, I had during my tenure the option, the authority to provide whatever assistance he might want to the level that I thought was appropriate. I was absolutely enthused to unleash every FBI asset, technical ability, anything that we.
Mary, yes, there were confessions made, but at the time the confessions were made, Richard Allen was also eating his feces with no problem at all. Like, again, I'm putting myself in the position of Richard Allen, and even if I'm trying to fake some type of psychosis, if I go to eat my own feces, I'm going to throw up. I mean, you can't fake that, in my opinion. And those those confessions were made during that time period where he was like being shot up forcefully with Haldol and just out of his mind. That's my issue. But to answer your question, yes, technically he made several confessions. He also confessed to killing his whole family and his grandchildren, and he doesn't even have grandchildren, and his family is still alive. You know, take of it what you will. I have issue with it. You know, some people don't. I don't know.
We had to try to help him solve this case. Indiana State Police stayed the forefront in charge of the case. But I will tell you that there were those days when the FBI certainly had more personnel in and around Delphi than anyone else in law enforcement. Some days, I think we were over 100 personnel that I was trying to keep track of, all doing various things in different capacities, whether it was with the command post, videography type things, voice type analysis, crime scene experts, behavioral analysis experts. And then, of course, just numerous agents pounding the pavement and running down leads that we had from thousands and thousands of tips.
A high-profile case with us because this is as close to perfect as possible. Just try to maintain that professionalism and keep in the back of my head. But this person's evil. This person is a monster, daughter, cousin, sister. And I think my passion is them and their families. And I would get on my knees and beg that the end is coming and that the only end for us that is available has been used.
Are we going to get this guy one day?
Absolutely. I don't make promises that I can't keep. I've choked up a little bit.
There were some fingerprints collected.
Do you know if those fingerprints belong to the killer?
That I do not know.
And same with DNA. You have DNA.
Yes.
Do you have his DNA?
And we don't know.
I also wanted to see if the sheriff would agree that he felt there were so-called signatures left by the perpetrator at the crime scene. But before we go there, let's become familiar with what a signature is. Jeff Reinick is an expert.
When they talk about signatures as it relates to a crime, they're talking about behavior or actions on the part of the offender.
Oh, Criminal Network. I'm sorry if I missed something in chat. I'm glad that you've been good for 13 years. I've been good for 8 years now. So I'm sorry you went through something. I know how that is. It sucks. It really sucks. But I'm glad you're here with us and you're not dealing with that monster anymore.
That might be unique to that offender. I think signatures are very important. The FBI has a database called the Violent Crime Apprehension Program, and it invites local law enforcement to enter their violent cases in there with the intent that local law enforcement would have the opportunity to recognize similar behavior from an offender, let's say across state lines or even across the country. And so when you talk about signatures, that tells me that this offender engaged in behavior that was noteworthy by the investigators or by the crime scene investigators.
The former prosecutor.
Mary says all info should be told. No one is following up. Right. I think that's my biggest issue is not all the information is being told in this case. I think you need to lay out everything, not to the point of confusing the jury necessarily, but just giving them all the evidence that you have. Like if you felt like you needed to release this police sketch, if you felt confident enough in the younger looking police sketch to release it to the public, then why not give that to the jury? If you felt confident enough in the Odinism theory to make a separate task force to look into it, then why not let that be heard by the jury? That's my issue.
Prosecutor of the case, Robert Ives, told us they existed.
He told us that, in his opinion, there are 2 or 3
That sounds good,
signatures
Toxic.
left by the killer at the crime scene. And you said you agree in part with that?
A crime scene will tell you a story. Just stand back and observe, watch, see what it's going to tell you. That's why evidence is important. Once you put all those pieces of evidence together like a huge puzzle, it can tell you that story. And so, yes, I agree with what Prosecutor Ives said, that there's things that existed there at that crime scene that when the day comes, put them all back together and here's the story it's going to tell.
The overall goal for everybody involved should be to find the killer.
But as you mentioned off the top, just in the past year, we've had some really big cases that have been solved largely in part due to social media. Gabby Petito comes to mind first. The 2 children who were kidnapped, Amber and Noah Claire, they were eventually identified in California because of social media.
No, and I have not watched the prof. I have heard about it, but I haven't watched it. I think somebody mentioned it in Discord, and I was going to tell you, Toxic, I have tried to make pea soup and I cannot do it. I've got split peas stored, but I can never get it right. Thank you, Eek, for what you did. I don't want to announce it, but thank you so much. If you got that, please tell her thank you. I'm going to play this and I'll continue to go through chat. Thank you so much, Eek. That was really sweet.
ISP agency, I believe, we're looked at
Hey, Michelle.
and held to a higher standard. And that's something that we've earned throughout the years, don't you think?
I think that's exactly
Right,
right.
Greenlee?
And that higher standard is, if we have to ask ourselves if what we're about to do is wrong, it is.
Right.
100% of the time. If we have to wonder if it's wrong, it is. And the other piece of this puzzle that I've seen again since I was a little boy.
That does sound
in
good,
some
Kelly.
places
I
around
will.
Indiana, we literally are the police.
The police are constantly asked,
I'll
why
check
hasn't
it out.
this case been solved? Why haven't they figured this out?
There were tons of kids out there that day because, well, it was unseasonably nice.
Yeah, Sarah had dropped the links in Discord, and I need to look at them. I got busy. I'm crocheting angel Christmas ornaments for a craft fair on the 30th, and so I was working on that. But I'll definitely look into it, and I appreciate y'all letting me know about that channel. Is it the PROF, like the PROF, like the professor, or it's just like the prof? Thank you so much. Eek, again, thank you. I don't want to cause any issues.
And it was, hey, we're out of school. Can we go?
I know people get frustrated about us being
Y'all gotta
tight-lipped
turn
and
your,
not sharing information, but
all the while.
Y'all got to turn your gifting on. I think some of my mods can tell you how to do it. If one of the mods can hear me, please let them know how to turn membership gifting on. There's something you have to do. I get confused about it too. And yeah, Sarah had told me about that channel. I haven't watched it yet. I need to.
Were beaten and spit on and stabbed and killed.
Who's next?
We have nothing to hide, and we'll do the very best we can to do the right thing.
Thank you, Abellis.
You mean the sheriff, the sheriff and Tony and Jerry Holman and Dave Vito and Jay Harper, and we have so many other people from our laboratory personnel that are so committed to this. Intelligence people that deal with it, work on it every single day. The U.S. Marshals, the task forces of federal agencies. It's been an extraordinary thing to see, and it's made us better.
Trixie, if you can hear me, and you know how to turn on where people can get gifts, please let me know in not in Discord, in the comment section if you're listening. I will post it on my community post. I forget to do it. And so check my community post if it's not dropped. There it is. Jenny Jen, thank you. Thank you, my lovely Jenny Jen. Jenny Jen has been here since it was just me and her. I love my Jenny Jen. Thank you.
Their work collectively has made us better. It's not been perfect. You put two people in a room, you're going to argue, right? Eventually. Right. So we fuss with each other just like brothers and sisters do. But everybody's intent is the same.
Trixie, Jenny got it.
Everybody's
Thank you.
intent is the same. And their life's focus is Abby and Libby. And then the family. And then the community. And then the county. And then the state.
Yeah, sure, criminal.
And then
right, Long Island.
From around the world that we've talked with. I guess with such violence and such horror, some good's come out of this.
Today's the day. Today's the day we're going to get closer to the end.
Yeah, that's
Today's the day we're going to get closer to getting justice for Abby and Libby. We have all worked tragic cases, nothing like this. I can't even put anything close to this case. Well, there's not a day, probably not an hour that goes by that I don't think about something.
Science is always helpful. And normally, as time goes on, it's becoming conclusive, isn't it? Particularly DNA. But there's no better evidentiary matter than what human beings saw and can articulate what they saw or what they think and articulate why they think they do what they do. You see, even with technology, we need human intelligence. In other words, we need you.
If we have a bad apple, we're going to get rid of that bad apple. There's bad apples in every profession.
So all that comes flooding back to me. I am so very sorry. It could be today.
That's my issue. I think there's some bad apples floating around that you're not getting rid of. Criminal Network is going to drop the link to his blog, so you guys can check that out. And Ann Ruler says, I highly recommend it's the PROFF. I've been told about that channel a couple of times, so evidently that channel has some good information too. If you guys want to check that channel out, I'll have to pull up that channel and check them out as well. CJ says, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you, CJ, for saying thank you. It was probably a Bellis or Eek. Thank you for coming in to say thank you. I appreciate it. And I'm glad you were gifted a membership. Thanks for being here.
It could be tomorrow.
And then all these groups started popping up, and people would say, hey, you want to join this group or this or this, and at that time I'm thinking, oh my gosh, all these people want to help, oh, this is great. And so we wanted this killer caught, so we were willing, we'll do whatever we can to help. We'll do whatever.
This bridge was one of the last things that Abby Williams and Libby German saw before they were murdered. In the winter, this is not a welcoming place. The trees are bare. There is no forgiveness coming from the cold gray stones of the abandoned railroad bed. It was on this bridge where Libby German videotaped the man that police believe killed the two girls. Police have released less than 2 seconds of video of him walking along with audio recording of him saying 4 words.
You gonna release any more video?
Not right now.
At some point.
I'm sorry, but I mean, allegedly speculated, that sounded more like Ron Logan to me than Richard Allen.
I don't know.
At what point do you think you need to release some more?
When we think there'd be value. Remember, we have a voice and we have a picture and we have a video. I'm not sure what value there'd be in releasing anything else. I want the killer to know that we know more than what he thinks we know.
But Delphi has always been a...
Oh, thank you, Trixie. Trixie says, already a month. Love you, AS. I love you guys too. Wow, I can't believe that. I got to make more badges. I've got it up to 2 months. I'll have to figure out for 3 months. That's awesome. Thank you. Wow, that is crazy. It has been a month. That is insane. Time flies.
Good old boy community where we don't talk about kind of underbelly.
We likely have interviewed you or someone close to you. We know that this is about power to you. And you want to know what we know.
Somebody
knows.
Somebody out there knows something.
Describe that search, the volunteers.
Abella says a month too. Yeah, awesome. I didn't even know I had been monetized for a month. And here comes Eek with hers. Nice. Thank you guys. Thank you for sharing your I think it's called a momentum. Thank you. I didn't even know I had been monetized for a month. Thank you.
This is something that really, really impacted the community.
It did. We had estimating well over, I'd say, 200 to 300 volunteers. And then, of course, emergency responders, which included law enforcement, local firefighters. We searched well into the night and the early morning hours.
We are not going away. The tips keep coming. And once that comes in, once that completes itself, then we're going to have to assign another 60 or 80 detectives to this and go back through every single lead that we've ever gotten. Rich, I'm doing this interview to talk about the effects that this gruesome crime has had on a community, on a state, and on a nation. I'm not going to talk about the evidence. We're not.
Emotions rather than facts is not right. And again, I mean, like I said, I want all the facts. I want all the facts for the jury. You know what I mean?
Not going to explain what we know about the killer. Unfortunately, one day we're going to have to, but then that's going to create a whole nother issue with family and friends and the community and the like. CriminalNetwork says down the hill is Ron Logan. Believe the FBI that used a voice analysis before you believe Trailer Park Tony Liggett. No doubt. Criminal, I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I said that you could drop your link to your blog if you would like. I just want to make sure that I didn't have a problem with that whatsoever. Law enforcement does not have the legal authority to stop vehicles or people, and even our planet.
Good Lord. I came in like a rag.
I know that's been a big thing out there, that Derek hasn't stepped up and spoke out and everything. But first off, that's not his personality. And then you have to stop and think. Was he a snitch? Did he narc? Was he a confidential informant?
Everybody's innocent until proven guilty. You know, that's the way our society, our laws work.
I'm not going to go there.
It must be a YouTube thing because none of my mods would have blocked it or anything. So it must be a YouTube thing. I'll drop your link for your channel again, just so it's in there. And then I'm sure it's on your channel, right?
I don't think it'd be proper for me to do that. But I do think that the killer will be watching this interview.
What do you want to say to him?
What the family says today could be the day. Sleep well.
When I allowed myself to actually go back over that day and the week that followed, I hardly remember where I was or who I was with at the time.
Tabitha, have a good evening at church, love, and thank you for being here.
I was asked to remember things that I had dismissed, interrogated by countless police officers and FBI agents, followed by strangers with cameras and news reporters and bands. It was just like everyone sees in the Hollywood movie mysteries. Only this time, it wasn't a movie. It was real. My sister was gone.
Okay, Sheila, thank you.
And my family members were now the stars.
The murders are drawing international attention, with letters arriving from around the world.
The girl's death hits close to my heart, as I have a granddaughter who's 13. Colorado, Lakeland, Florida, the Netherlands, Australia, from Indianapolis. Although I do not know anyone in Delphi, I would like to give the families this money. It's quite humbling. They think we're this special.
There have been multiple fundraisers and vigils.
I see beautiful things for our park, for our families.
Nothing's going to bring them back.
The community loves the fact that they are able to give. All through this crisis, people have given in different ways, whether it's been motorcycle rides, whether it's been other ways. It's the ways that people can make an impact.
So we've been through a damage, and we want to make sure that we can recover as a community together.
Wow.
The families rarely pass up an opportunity to keep their loved ones and such a horrible crime in the spotlight.
I had the opportunity to travel with the family of Dr. Phil in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah.
He was terrific. He was very welcoming. Wasn't sensation. We didn't sensationalize anything. It was. Here's what happened in remote rural Indiana, and it could happen in any community in America. And that was a terrific experience. I think it was for the families as well. Then a couple weeks later, we went to the East Coast and talked with Megyn Kelly. Same thing. I say give both of those examples, John, because of this is an opportunity for us to thank our media partners.
Yeah, absolutely. They were phenomenal.
Oh my gosh, they kept this out in front.
Yeah.
There's been some criticism specifically of me, and that's okay.
Yeah.
For the amount of attention that we're giving to Delphi. We can't compare them; they're all different.
Sure.
And with nearly 50,000 tips on one case, that makes it different.
We're slowly getting there. We are really hoping that next year we'll be playing ball, having concerts. Oh yes, one of the playgrounds was also placed.
Wow.
And it's really neat. It's a small playground, and Diane, which is Anna's mom, she come up with this idea. We got a grant, and we had this money that we had to spend. So she started looking, and one of the things that we were able to get through this grant was, yes, we have the playground there for little kids, but we also got outdoor workout equipment for adults.
Becky and Mike Patty are Libby German's grandparents. They say the idea of this park started out with a plan to just buy bleachers for the girls' softball field.
This has grown to a much larger project than what we originally kind of envisioned.
But with the help of everyone from state leaders to practically every single person in Delphi, it's become so much more. A park, softball fields, an amphitheater, a place for the community to come together.
There's another
STL Cards, thank you for being here. I think I've seen you before, but I haven't seen you in a while. STL Cards says, goodness, if Richard Allen is found not guilty, doesn't make him innocent. So you think that even if he's found innocent, he might have some type of insider knowledge or could have been there. That's a good theory. Like I said, I like to hear everybody's thoughts, opinions, and speculations. So keep them coming.
rumor, I guess. It's kind of a rumor. People think we're taking the money that people are donating and using it for ourselves.
A lot of what we do, a lot of our vacations is based around on honoring Libby.
The family now frequently travels to festivals and events across the state.
Today's about Abby and Libby.
We could say that, but I want to be careful because at the end of the day, they are victims. And if they were given a lot of money, I mean, at the end of the day, like the vacation thing might not have been a good idea, but like going to Crime Con and having a memorial put up or a playground or something in the name of the girls, I mean, I could see, you know, God forbid something like that happen. But if I was in their shoes, I could see myself doing that, trying to make sure that the money I got from that is going back to their memory and keeping them, you know, the thought of them alive. And what better way to do that than with a memorial? The vacations thing, maybe not so much, but you do have to travel to go to like Crime Con and stuff. So I don't really know. I'm kind of on the fence about it.
That today was the day, but I didn't anticipate they ever thought today would be their day.
It could be tomorrow.
The outpouring the past few days in this community has just been incredible. Yesterday, more than 4,000 people showed up for a motorcycle ride to raise money. That's 1,000 more than live in Delphi. Each rider paid $5 and $20 for the bike. So they raised a lot of money over the course of the day. Then in the afternoon, hundreds went to the visitation at the high school. They lined up the entire 4 hours of that visitation.
Making the wristbands just to kind of unity in the community and support the families.
Some days it's not always about the money.
Now, again, I'm like I said, I just want to put out there to remember the victims in all of this, and you know, what they got going on. True Crime Fanatic says, do y'all remember Libby's grandfather saying Carter owes him one? That's really interesting. That's really interesting and concerning. Criminal Network says, don't give the family blanket immunity. Nick McLeland is related to Libby. Oh, wow. Jackie Johnson, thank you for being here. Toxic Orchard, I was wondering where you went. Jackie Johnson says, Ron Logan is the person that red rummed the girls, and he acted alone. I'm agreeing with you on that one. It did sound a lot like his voice staying down the hill. It really did to me. Toxic Orchard said, I won't say anything about the Patties. The Patties are victims too. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. I'll be honest, that crime scene photo they took with the whole family there is a bit concerning. I don't think that I could go to the scene where that happened and do anything but cry to the point of not being able to breathe. Like, I don't see myself wanting to take a picture there. But, people are different. I try to give grace. Right, love? I can agree with that.
People were sending us money and everything, and I didn't want the money. I said, hey, let's try to do something nice. And the money just kept coming, so we thought, hey, let's try to build them a ball field somewhere. And so we got with Abby's family and said, hey, let's just build a park.
Well, my name is Rob Ives. I was the prosecuting attorney in Carroll County at the time that Abby and Libby were murdered.
And can tacos lead to tips? In Delphi, outside crowded Mitchell's Fresh Max, they hope so.
It's been out of this world.
Long lines of customers.
First order was from a factory here in town, and they bought food for their whole crew, and they also threw an extra $500 on top.
Many people already consider pizza a comfort food, but the owners here at the Delphi Pizza King are using their pizza to ease the burden.
Let's work on these right here.
Owners Tracy Martin, Tracy Bradshaw, and their crew are happy. Orders and donations are pouring in.
We've had phone calls from Indianapolis that they're on their way today. We had donations from Colorado come in today. Florida, Nebraska.
20, 40. Wanda Campbell is from Monticello, picking up a large.
True crime. I could see that, and I appreciate you sharing your thoughts, opinions, and speculations on that. Jennifer Hoff, thank you and welcome. Thank you for being here. Jennifer Hoff says he was in a vehicle waiting, and there was a person on the bridge walking to the girls, so they can't run, and a person behind them at the end hiding, and they were surrounded. I don't know. Are you talking about Ron Logan or Keegan Kline? Because I do think I remember hearing that Keegan Kline was there that day in a vehicle. If I'm not mistaken, I could be wrong about that.
Large order for her co-workers, sales associates at the Walmart there. And that support is flowing out the door here by the armload. These boxes are going to Kirby Risk employees in Lafayette.
Here from Logansport for a pizza fundraiser for Abby and Libby at Delphi Pizza King.
So you had a large pepperoni?
Brought my family with us to just try to help out somehow,
2.5 hours.
$35.79.
This crime is very strange. No, I mean, the crime scene was physically strange, but that's for the state police to decide what to release and not release. I've said that before. It's very odd.
Outside the middle school, where Libby and Abby played sports and music and played with friends.
You get pepperoni, sausage, cheese.
There's a lot of money they're raising, but again, I'm glad that the community came out to try to help. Toxic Orchard said, I heard Keegan was stuck at his grandparents that day and it was his dad. That's a good theory. I think his dad had more to do with it than people think. But at this time, I'm just lost. There's so many other suspects, in my opinion.
Breadsticks, cookies, and I'm giving away Sam.
Serving up the pizza. And baked into every pie and behind every purchase, a goal.
I think
Fund drives have already raised close to $220,000 for the reward fund. No arrests yet, but hopes raised with every dollar raised.
I'm still stunned by it. To
Right,
think
Jackie?
that we had a crime scene, we had the bodies within 24 hours of their death, that we had a video recording and an audio recording I would have thought, and I promise you everybody else thought, we're never going to have this much evidence. I mean,
Jennifer said bridge guy was to prevent them from running back, and a person at the end of the bridge hiding. They were ambushed from front and back and brought to a vehicle below. That's what I think. I don't think there was enough evidence where they found their bodies for it to have happened there. I think they were put into a vehicle and moved. And I think she plugged her headphone jacks in to keep somebody from hearing the phone ringing. Or the person who had them plugged headphones in to keep somebody from hearing the phone ringing. Or to, I mean, there's another theory, but I won't say that.
I mean, and there's, as I say, there's more. That we have all these facts, some of them somewhat unusual, and there's going to be something about these facts that's going to point to somebody. I'm shocked, I'm stunned, but when I say that, I don't mean that I think anybody failed.
Right, true crime?
Many great police officers have worked their tails off on this, and it's just, they just aren't finding it. And there were promising leads at one time or another. Amazing things.
CriminalNetwork says Keegan Kline was cleared by law enforcement and the Internet Task Force 2 weeks after the murders. Keegan Kline was a red herring. I didn't know that, and thank you for the information. I think he could have been, but his dad is sus. I wanted to let y'all know we're going to finish out this interview, and then hopefully we can look at the other one tomorrow, the second part of this. We can look at that one tomorrow, but I definitely won't be able to do it today, but we're going to finish this one today. We still got about 30 minutes left of this.
I know there was DNA evidence that was not from the girls at the crime scene, and which is what you know, and that's really all I know.
Tonight, another business in Delphi is holding a fundraiser. A Papa John's pizza trailer is setting up shop at the Delphi Community Middle School.
There have been, again, several fundraisers over the past 3 weeks. Now take a look at this one. This was in the parking lot of Libby and Abby's elementary school. Papa John's sold pizza. Our crew saw several people stop by for a slice, some even driving away with several pizzas in their arms.
Kayla says, this case just screams law enforcement covering up for someone. I agree, Kayla. And thank you for being here and sharing your thoughts and opinions.
Beck also says she felt compelled to help. So Beck's restaurant is holding a pork cook-off beginning at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's at the Burlington Fire Department and costs $10 to enter.
People will come out to a memorial concert in their honor this summer right here at the Dusty Trail Saloon in Kokomo.
Now, the folks at this venue in Kokomo want to help the families of Abby Williams and Libby German do just that with a concert in the girls' memory.
And then for me, it was very frustrating. A lot of people are working really hard, and officers are coming from all these surrounding counties to help. And a lot of really sharp people are working really hard, and it's so frustrating that we can't find any justice. It's horrible, and it bothers me today.
Also, the Abby and Libby Memorial Park with plans for ball diamonds and playgrounds.
I haven't heard about that one. I'm not going to read it out loud, but everybody can see it. The speculation that I mentioned earlier that I didn't really want to say, and I'm going to give a trigger warning, was that maybe somebody put the headphones into one of the girls' ears so they couldn't hear what the person was doing to the other one to keep them from, I don't know, running or something to that effect, was mentioned a couple of days ago too. And that's another theory. All of those are great speculations. Not great.
Grounds. Fundraisers are paying.
Not great. Don't take it that way. This is a horrific crime. And I pray to God, if I could have it my way, this would never, ever happen again, ever, to anybody in the whole entire world. But considering the case, it's possible speculation. I should have said it that way.
For construction.
Years and years and years from now, we won't be here, but the park still will be, and other kids will get to play and hear about our girls.
They're also asking for pet food because Anna says Abby and Libby love their pets as much as people.
We probably would have adopted hundreds if it had been up to either one of the girls. I'm sure every stray thing that came through, it felt like, well, let's let it stay.
Abby's big heart is what drives Anna to this day.
I hope they're really proud of us.
My experience in human nature is that I just can't believe somebody could commit this crime and not feel compelled to tell somebody, either to confess to it or to brag about it or to at least hint at it. And maybe there's somebody out there so self-disciplined they could
I will be right back. I'm going to let this play.
commit this horrible crime and never tell anybody or hint at it, but it just seems impossible to me.
But I'm relying on law enforcement, and the efforts that they're putting forward. From fundraisers, food for our families, and law enforcement, I'm very impressed with the steps that they go through whenever they receive funds we hope to be used to build a softball field and park. There's nothing that's just going into a bucket, even if it seems so silly. Is just truly impressive. And that's why I'm asking for help out there.
Thank you. We'll be available for individual interviews if you need so. The Patty family has asked not to be contacted today for an interview, but they are willing to do that in the future, and that should be coordinated through us.
If you choose to be critical of our silence, be critical of me.
Generally speaking, it's not helpful, and it hampers the investigation. With the way in which Nick is involved here in this county, the way in which the families of Abby and Libby are involved in this county, that is not helpful.
But I really believe that over time we're going to have an idea that we were onto something early on.
Well, it's a sports complex per se, but it's really a couple of softball fields and a park, and that's from both families. The park portion is so the community can really come around and enjoy that. There's some very neat things that we're going to include in that. We sat down with Anna last night, ate some mushrooms, didn't we? And
but right now is not that day.
It could be tomorrow.
Streets used to be pretty empty after dark, and now with new businesses within the community, there's a vibrancy, there's a sense of life.
To be clear, that was a picture of their clothing in the creek. It wasn't them. Just wanted to let y'all know. And my trigger warning scrolling across the bottom of the screen anytime you come in, and that is up. It's just a warning that there are some graphic things, just so you know.
What they have is they've got the basics taken care of. Now the town can focus on its economic development opportunities, attracting people to be here and starting to move the town forward.
We're headed. Just a bit of advice for the future in case anybody did eat mushrooms and is in here right now. Not a good idea to eat mushrooms and watch true crime, if you understand what I'm saying. If you're going to eat mushrooms, maybe watch like the Smurfs or something. Definitely not true crime. Just want to put that out there for all of y'all.
Heading into really a new era. It's kind of the renaissance for Delphi. Many people are returning, people who were born here. That is coupled with people who see it for the first time and would like to move here or invest money in the community.
The other investigative step might be a hunch, might be a notion that someone has. It would be great if someone came out and said, yeah, that is this person, first and last name. I know it is.
Libby's social media, and obviously he was on there. But from me, I didn't seem alarmed by it. Like, the conversation just wasn't
anything that I thought was to be worried about. So I was even less worried about it when law enforcement said there was no social media aspect.
Yeah, that's one of the if you were going to get frustrated at one thing that they did is like they for years told everybody that it wasn't, at least all the way up until 2000. They already said there was no social media. They've already looked at it all, right?
Anthony Shots. Ever heard of him?
I wish.
This is concerning. So I think this is the part that shows that Kelsey knew about the Anthony Shots account and didn't do anything. I could be wrong in that. Allie Alaska, thank you for coming back today and welcome. Allie Alaska said Delphi is so proud of all the upgrades since Libby and Abby made them a tourist destination. Unfortunately, it seems that's true. But again, I want to keep in mind the victims, and I want to state again that if God forbid something like that happened, if I put myself in the shoes of the family member, right, and I'm giving all this money because of what happened to me, I would want to make sure it went to like what it did, like, the park, a memorial for the girls, like as long as it's a memorial for them, that's what I would want to put it towards. And there was a lot of money raised. The vacation things I can question, but again, like Crime Con happens at different locations and they're still trying to find the person in these sketches. So I could understand traveling for that reason. But I just want to be, respectful to the victims and their families. But yeah, there's been a lot of upgrades.
I remember that name. I know I talked to that person. I wish.
And more often than not, a victim's family.
Okay, I need to replay that real quick. Again, I'm not accusing. Remember, victims and their family. She is a victim, but I think we need to hear that one more time. Pay close attention.
Is coupled with people who see it for the first time and would like to move here or invest money in the community.
The other investigative step might be a hunch, might be a notion that someone has. It would be great if someone came out and said, yeah, that is this person, first and last name. I know it is.
Libby's social media, and obviously he was on there. But for me, I didn't seem alarmed by it. Like, the conversation just wasn't
anything that I thought was to be worried about. So I was even less worried about it when law enforcement said that there was no social media aspect.
Yeah, that's one of the if you were going to get frustrated at one thing that they did, is like they for years told everybody that it wasn't, at least all the way up until 2000. No. They already said there was no social media. They've already looked at it all, right?
Anthony Shots. Ever heard of him?
I wish. I remember that name. I know I talked to that person. I wish.
And more often than not, a victim's family life plays a part in their murder. So to approach these cases affording all members with an automatic cloak of innocence is irresponsible, especially.
That's interesting. Abellis, thank you so much, love. Abellis gifted 10 memberships. Thank you so much, love. If you guys were gifted a membership from Abellis, please tell her thank you. Hello, JR Girl 22. I'm not sure if Kelsey is with the same boyfriend or not. I know she's got a child and she has one on the way. And I saw our lovely, Flora W is in the house. I'm going to play our members clip for Abellis. Thank you so much, Abellis. That is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you again so much, Abellis and Eek. You are both so sweet. Thank you. If you guys were gifted a membership, please make sure to tell them thank you. And again, hello to Flora W. Where's my Zio? Zio might have fell asleep. And the other person, again, thank you for coming in. Let me highlight what you said. Where are you? Yeah, JR Girl 22 asked if Kelsey is with the same boyfriend. They might can tell you in chat. I know she's got one child and was pregnant during trial. That's all I know there. Crazy
when they can't keep their story straight to save their lives. And it's situations like this that shine a light on the dangers of affording automatic benefit of the doubt, because there will always be a narcissist waiting to exploit your kindness.
Never give up. Never give up. Keep pursuing it and make sure you work together. We've always worked together as a family on this. We conquer divide. All members of our family, have played a role in this.
I hope that people who are handling the investigation will consider whether perhaps it might be time to release some more.
Jennifer Holt, our lovely Jenny Jen Mod said that you click on, like you touch or click on where you see the green box that says 10 gifts with Abellis's picture, and then you should be able to turn gifting on, from what I understand. What? Really, Trixie? I'll have to get her in chat. I don't understand that. That's weird.
More of that information, so connections to other crimes and other places, or if someone had ever spoken to the perpetrator of this crime, perhaps it would give them a clue that they had learned something from the perpetrator.
For more than 2 years, you never thought we would shift gears to a different investigative strategy, but we have.
Is not allowed to be seen by the jurors. They are not letting the sketch into evidence, and he just stated they believe that's the person who did this. Oh, okay, okay, Zio, thank you. Because I was like, I have never blocked anybody ever, even if they came in here, which nobody's been extensively rude, but I've never blocked anybody, so I don't block people. I'm glad that you're here though. I would never block you. I love you.
The basic answer that we have is what we were told
Oh,
when
I'm
we were
glad,
brought in to
Jennifer.
see the second sketches. We've run this first sketch. We feel like we know who this person might be, or we've cleared up this particular person. And now we're going to look at another person that other people also noticed might have been there that day. And now we'd like to talk to that person.
Really, Ron? That's
2 years later, a very different sketch of what investigators believe the killer looked like.
That was a very significant shift for us. And we had fully anticipated the criticism. But remember, a sketch is not a photograph. And I think eventually what we'll be able to do is put the face of the murderer up in between those two sketches, and we'll be able to merge them together and become one. Sketch is not a photograph. Right. It's something similar to a resemblance. And the likelihood of this being something between the two is probably pretty strong.
The picture that's been put out, that was put out in April, is more of a scenario of who we think may be more involved. And yeah, we're not saying that the other one is not him with the information that we've gotten in tips and
That's my issue. That they stated that this sketch was a secondary photo and that the other sketch of the younger looking person was more than likely was probably more involved in the crime than even this person, yet they won't let the jury see it. And Crazy Chick 79 brought up a great point and said she watched a clip yesterday and they said sketches aren't real, they're just to throw people off. Sometimes police sketches can be wrong. But again, if you're going to allow one, why not allow both? You know what I mean? I just, again, feel like you're holding evidence from the jurors. Kayla said 2 different sketches means that 2 were involved, right? And Criminal Network, who made this video, said there was actually 5 sketches. Wow, that's interesting.
and interviews we've been having over the last 2 years, that we feel that this space may be more of what the subject looks like. And so that's why we've kind of changed directions, went to this one, and we're still pretty adamant that that's the person that we're looking for.
There was some confusion and some blame and some criticism of us. That criticism needs to come to me, not to anybody else. Well, I'm not going to talk about the evidence.
The likelihood is that it's somebody from around here.
But I'm pretty confident in the place where we are right now.
And that's the scary part, is that I don't know exactly what that means, but I believe them.
Multi-agency task force clarifies points about the Delphi murder suspect sketches. In the early days and months of the Delphi murder investigation,
hello, Kitty. Thank you for being here. Hello, Kitty said you can't turn accepting gifting memberships on from your iPhone. You have to do it from a browser. Thank you for that information. I really appreciate that. So if you're on an iPhone, it's different. I didn't know that because I have Android. And I couldn't remember. I haven't done that in a while. Thank you for that information. I really appreciate that.
information was developed about suspect descriptions. It was initially believed the sketch that has been in public view over the last 2 years of a person in the age range of his 40s to 50s was a person of interest in this murder investigation. Now, as the investigation has matured and past information has been reassessed, it is the belief of investigators with the multi-agency task force that the person depicted in the sketch released on April 22nd more accurately represents the person wanted for the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. It is important to distinguish these points about the two sketches. 1, they are not the same person. 2, the person depicted in the originally released sketch is not presently a person of interest in this investigation. Note, they didn't say not presently a suspect. 3, the sketch released on April 22nd is representative of the face of the person captured in the video on Liberty German's cell phone.
as he was walking on the high bridge.
The images have caused quite a bit of speculation, also some confusion. Are there two suspects that you're looking for?
There are not. There are not. I saw some coverage tonight where I saw Becky Patty was interviewed back in 2019 when that was done, and she said tonight it was like a gut punch, and I felt that gut punch tonight because I would never ever intentionally cause that to happen. Again, this is very strategic, and I really believe, Marnie, that eventually we're going to take both of those sketches. Remember, a sketch is not a photograph, but we'll take both of those sketches and we'll put them together. And then remove them, and the killer will be behind them.
Do you anticipate releasing another sketch, perhaps a third sketch that is more of a cross between the two?
Well, of course, it's very, very important.
Oh my goodness. Jennifer, thank you so much for the $1.99 super sticker. I really appreciate that. That was super sweet. Thank you. Thank you so much. Look at this sketch. Sketch number 3. Like, are we kidding right now? Are we kidding? Wow. Okay. I see you.
Oh my gosh. We've been out there. We've been doing, going to festivals and flyer campaigns, and we've been pushing this picture for 2 years, and it's the wrong person.
Grandfather Mike Patty said that to protect their investigation, police have not told even.
Now, keep in mind the picture that she's talking about, they've been pushing for 2 years. When she said we've been pushing this sketch for 2 years and it's the wrong person, that's the sketch they're allowing into the jury trial. Okay. So the mother of one of the victims is saying, we've been putting this sketch of this person out here for 2 years and it's not even the right sketch. The second sketch is the right one. Okay, well, the second sketch that she's believing is the right one right now is the one they are not allowing the jury to see. The one that she just stated, I've been pushing this sketch for 2 years and it's the wrong one. That's the one the jury is being allowed to see, which is ridiculous. Yeah, at this point, they might as well have just showed him sketch number 3 and told him that was the suspect. Goodness.
Even him details of the crime.
There's one other person out there that's going to know that. And if they keep that stuff close to their vest, that'll help them to kind of weed that information out and be able to figure out exactly who that is when it comes down to the making an arrest.
How did we get from here to here?
Well, I think that, remember, I've said from the very beginning, since 2017, a sketch is a sketch, it's not a photograph. That's the first time I've seen that.
Really?
Yeah. And I've also indicated over time that
Criminal, I thought they were allowing the first one in trial. Am I wrong? Let me know. I thought they were allowing the one with the hat on in trial.
I think once we get to where we are today, we'll be able to look at the similarities of the two sketches and make a photograph.
Okay, it looks like I'm wrong. Sorry about that.
Richard Allen. Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that specifically, but what I will say about it is it adds, again, a little bit of weight.
To be clear, it seems I was misinformed that no sketches were allowed. Okay. I apologize.
To a very complicated murder investigation. I know that we have a human element. We have a very solid science element. We're using every capable process that we have from a scientific perspective, as everyone would expect us to, and we will continue to do that until there's nothing left to do.
Would that include DNA?
It does.
Was DNA found at the scene?
It includes DNA.
They have DNA, correct?
They do have DNA. They have not indicated what type of DNA.
And sketch number 3 was a joke. I apologize. At this point, you don't know, though, with Carroll County. I'm like, hey, thinking it's real. I mean, at this point, you never know.
Or whether they have a full profile. The answer I got from the sheriff, Tobe Lesenby, Carroll County, Indiana, said that they are aware, they have discussed the forensic genealogy, and at this time they have decided to stick with other testing.
Yeah, because
I personally wish they would be a little bit more forthcoming about what they're doing with the DNA.
I don't think there's a downside to it, but one of the big things that we want to consider is whether or not familial or family tree DNA could be the direction in solving this case.
DNA is critical to solving so many of these types of crimes. How important is it in a case like this?
Well, of course, it's very, very important. And technology associated, generally speaking, with complex homicide investigations continues to become better over time. And I think that will be the case with many of these unsolved crimes around the country as we continue to work through them and time goes by.
And is it an important component of this investigation?
It is.
Now, they have said that they do have DNA. What they have, I don't know. What kind, whose it is, obviously, I don't know. That's one of those things that I guess they keep close to vest. So, yeah, I can't honestly remember or even think of another case that we have as little information with as much as what was provided in the beginning, It seems as if we have so much evidence that it should be very easy to solve it, wrap it up, and convict the guy. We can't even find him. So it's very baffling to me. I see a lot of cases that are solved with less information, so I don't understand.
It's kind of euphoric right now.
Brian Knock brought up a good point and stated it depends on who was assaulted first. Remember, Libby outweighed Richard Allen. She was 200 pounds and he was 188. And she's not going to stand by this horrific crime and be a spectator. And I can see that point, but I also want to take into account the role of dominance, as in, I don't know if I'm stating that correctly, but basically that he was an adult and she was a child. So could we take that into account and think, that she's going to feel like he's going to overpower her anyway because he is an adult and she is a child, maybe? Just trying to, play devil's advocate and put all aspects out there.
I've got to kind of pinch myself to realize that this is actually happening. Now DNA's done on things you can't even see. So it's totally changed, and we have to keep up with that curve, and we're able to do it with all of our disciplines here.
There was so much physical evidence of the crime, and crime had been found so immediately after it had been committed. We have cell phone evidence and we have DNA evidence.
True, bad girl.
There is evidence. It's just our focus now is trying to get those lab results back.
Okay. Yeah, because it's been like 3 weeks, and I was kind of curious if there was DNA, because it seemed like that would have been back by now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
The thing is, we're kind of.
That's the thing for me. Another thing. Supposedly there was zero DNA at the crime scene. The Red Rummers used hazmat suits, right? Like in the lab, not so much, right? Like the only way you're not going to leave any DNA is to be in a full hazmat suit, and you're not going to be walking through the woods in a full white hazmat suit. I mean, that's not happening, Captain. I don't know. Not buying it.
We're at the liberty of the labs involved.
We have a completed puzzle right now, and it's an aerial view of what happened to those two little girls.
Yeah.
The only thing we're missing is who.
This isn't somebody else's problem. It's our problem.
Hello, Courtney 614, coming in with that correction again. Oh, I might have highlighted the wrong one, but she told me she also informed me there was no sketches allowed in trial. And again, I apologize for that. That was misinformed. That was my fault. Please don't run with that. I'm making that correction now. Thank you guys for letting me know.
Check egos at the door.
This is just my opinion based on a simple mind. But this case is going to be solved because of you. So this is likely going to be solved through technology and science.
Superintendent, one of the other things I think that we're great with, and something that's I believe we're expanding on here, is the laboratory division.
Yeah.
I mean, that's leaps and bounds, and with the DNA that's come aboard right now that we're testing with with somebody that's arrested now. Felons arrested. That's really taken off, hasn't it?
The final step for the new laboratories was yesterday, and down in Evansville, we received $30 million to build 2 facilities, one in Lowell, one in Fort Wayne. And the analogy that I always use is when these laboratories were built in the mid-1970s, Richie, they
They were built with only a pipe dream of DNA. Nobody really knew what DNA was. They thought it was possible eventually.
Right.
But then we morphed into this ability to test DNA on tangible things, cups, glasses, watches, whatever that might be.
Right.
And we had the capacity at that time, from a space-wise, to do it. Now we do DNA, trace DNA on things the human eye can't see.
Right.
And we're doing it in literally in closets in a 7,000 square foot facility, but not much longer. Not much longer. We're going
to. JR Girl 22 says Libby would protect Abby. Right. And that was my other issue with this. Like, a lot of people said, okay, if there was only one person, why wouldn't one take off running in the other direction? And again, I mean, putting myself there, I would not have left my friend. I would not have left. I would have stayed right there with her because I would have saw it as either way, we're probably both goners, as horrible as that sounds. And I'm not going to let my best friend go through that alone. You know what I mean? So I definitely agree with that statement.
transition to a 23,000 square foot laboratory in 3 different locations around Indiana that will meet our laboratory needs for years and years to come. And I'm really, really proud of that. Again, Governor Holcomb has been hugely supportive of these big projects that have huge price tags, but also how important it is, because remember, nobody else does this work.
Right. Exactly.
Indianapolis has its own crime lab. We support them as much as we can, but we are the primary laboratory for all of Indiana and every police agency. So it's a daunting task.
And but the courts expect it nowadays, don't they?
They do, and there's a certification now that is going to be really, really necessary, and should be. It should be. We should be held to a very, very high standard of excellence in our laboratory system. And no, the science piece of this, I'm going to keep very, very close to the vest. Very close to the vest. I mean, they do extraordinary work.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Put some really, really bad people away for a long, long time. And I couldn't be more proud of them. So I'm glad to be able to support them in a way that we give them the space, the things, the equipment, and the technology that they need.
How many investigators have participated in this case and in an attempt to lead to an arrest?
Hundreds over time.
Are you aware of any other cases that have had that many individuals participate from an investigative standpoint?
Bob, I'm in a year and a half or so, I'll finish my 40th year. I've never seen anything like this in my entire career.
There should be plenty of DNA.
Thomas, thank you so much for being here. Tom Thomas says, teach your kids to run, no matter what, run. Even if the other can't, you can get away and get help. That's true, and I agree with that statement. However, I'm going to say, if I told my son to run, my bonus child, if I told the brother to run and leave one of his 3 sisters, he's not going to do it. There's no way. He would not. I couldn't, even if I told him to run and get help, he wouldn't. Now, one of the girls might, but he wouldn't. Probably even if it was one of the neighbor's kids, he's so protective. It would be hard for him to make the realization that he could get help. And his concern would be what would happen to his sister or to another child while he was gone. It would be hard. I would try to get both of them to leave. Because then if I put myself in the position of that child, right, and I run and I go get help and then something does happen, then I'm going to have to live with the rest of my life. Like, what if I hadn't ran? But you're going to be alive. I mean, but at the cost of what, so you would hope that somebody would run, right? Like, but I don't know. It would be, I hope nobody ever has to be in that situation, Yeah, it's something to ponder on for sure. Thank you for being here.
DNA for the Indiana State Trooper, it lies with me.
When is enough?
Tom says, what happens if one of them doesn't run, though? You can't save someone else if you can't save yourself first. And that's a great point. I just, putting myself in that situation, like, I don't know. It's a horrible situation. But yeah, I would hope and I would tell my children to scream, run, do whatever you can. Don't ever give up. Don't ever give up. Even if you're kidnapped and held captive for 15 years, don't ever stop trying to fight and get out and get away. It would be, regardless, it's a horrific situation to think about. Definitely. I would hope that somebody would run and try to get help for sure. Hey, Indy.
At what point are we going to
Thanks
say,
for the sub, Tom.
stop, shake up the Etch-a-Sketch? We've got to clear the slate. This isn't working. This level of accountability is not working. The system is broken. It's badly, badly broken. We're dealing with death, dying, destruction, hurt, pain, and sorrow every single day. Every single day.
Because we couldn't do it. We couldn't do it.
We didn't think there was any probability of success. We just didn't think we'd be standing here. And it's amazing what our culture allows us to do. The person that should be held accountable for those kinds of issues. And
Thank you for being here, Fred Field. Fred Field said, thanks for the gift and membership. Not watching here right now. I want to catch the 5 p.m. news due to my 2 a.m. work alarm. Well, you get some rest. Thank you for being here.
Is me. And I hate to say that. I hate to say that. I hate to say that. But I will not permanently adjust just because it's the easy thing to do. And eventually we will. And not what we would want to do. Now is our time. Now is our time, and we must acknowledge our system is not working. Our time is now to get really uncomfortable with each other, to take full responsibility for all of our citizens and for all of our actions, not just one part of the system, but everybody involved in the system. We must evaluate what we do, why we do it, and then be transparent with very objective results. We must establish criteria for evaluation and then unapologetically accept it. We must not live within a shadow of accountability. Rather, we must embrace a structure where we encourage and publicly discuss accountability, just like you expect from us. Judges and prosecutors alike should be perpetually accountable through objective evaluation, or at least an evaluation period, where they must explain their decision-making processes, especially for violent felons.
Oh, thank you, Fred Field. Fred Field says, I have enjoyed your coverage. I wish you had been here for the Kylie Rodney massive cover-up. Yeah, I've still got questions about that case. Thank you for being here.
Especially for violent felons, prosecutors and judges, even unelected ones.
Stephanie, thank you for saying thank you for the gifted membership. That would have been Eek or Bellis. Thank you for dropping in to say thank you. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you being here.
Have absolute immunity, which means they cannot be held personally liable for their actions. We can and should do better. The person that should be held accountable for those kinds of issues and incidents is me. I should be the one held accountable for holding them accountable, and that's what you should expect.
I was asked to stand right here while they work on the house. Smoke is still billowing everywhere, so it does seem like a very serious.
Sergeant and her 17-year-old daughter both died in a house fire on Thursday. Firefighters responded to the fire around 2 a.m., but found the home of Sergeant Stephanie Thompson was fully engulfed in flames. The fire was too much to rescue her and her daughter, Maya Thompson. Thompson was a 23-year veteran of the state police and wife of the White County Circuit Court Judge Jason Thompson.
Story that we've been following for some time right now, that house fire in Monticello. In that fire, a mom and a daughter died.
13 News has confirmed special agents from the ATF.
So I've heard about this, but I don't know the story behind it. I had not looked into it yet. So I appreciate you putting this in here, Criminal Network, and I'm interested to hear the correlation. I didn't. They had, some of my mods had told me about this, but I hadn't picked up on that she was married to a judge and all of this. This is going to be interesting.
Alcohol, tobacco, firearms, and explosives is investigating last month's fire. There's still no official cause to what sparked the blaze, which killed Stephanie and Maya Thompson.
Stephanie, a sergeant for the Indiana State Police, and her daughter Maya was a junior at Twin Lakes High School.
I apologize, I was muted. It states, although the origin of the fire has not been confirmed publicly, the ATF's involvement in a house fire investigation is exclusively limited to incendiary bombs and complex arson cases. That is interesting. Stephanie, thank you so much. Stephanie gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. That was so sweet of you. I'm not going to play the clip again because I'm sure everybody's probably tired of seeing it by now. But thank you so much, Stephanie. I really appreciate that. And Annabelle's. Therefore, we can reasonably deduce that the fire that red-rummed Stephanie and Maya Thompson was the result of arson, unless stated otherwise. It is very sus that the judge wasn't there. The fire was at 2 a.m. when he should have been there. And, you know, I'm sus of judges to begin with. Notably, the ATF was also brought in to investigate the Flora fire in 2016, which was ruled intentional just 2.5 weeks before the Delphi murders. Okay, the Flora fire was what I had heard about. Eek, I will play it for you when we get done with this before I do my outro song. I'll play it for you again. Sergeant Thompson was one of the 6 polygraph examiners in Indiana, and she led the division out of the Lafayette post.
Sergeant Stephanie Thompson, she works out of the laboratory division, a polygraph operator. So walk me through this a little bit. If somebody requests a polygraph from you, either us or a city or a town, is there certain criteria that has to be met before that even takes place?
Yes, a full investigation needs to have happened. They should be bringing us one of the
Pinto, it is weird. I've noticed that myself. I've noticed that myself, Pinto, because I don't understand that either. It could be something that YouTube's made some changes, so I don't know if that has to do with that. Becky, thank you for being here. Becky says, be careful of playing the music and getting a copyright strike. So yeah, this is from our friend that's in chat, Criminal Network. I've dropped his links a couple of times. I'll drop it again. It's his video. But as long as the music comes from Epidemic Sound, I'm okay because I play Epidemic Sound. But if it is from something else, what will happen is I'll be told I can't monetize the live, which just means that if somebody else watches it later, I won't receive money from it. And I'm okay with that. I do those every once in a while anyway, because a lot of really interesting documentaries and information is out there. And I don't mind doing lives, maybe once a week or so that I don't monetize on. So I appreciate the warning though. Thank you for that. Thank you for trying to look out. And hey, I've said hey to you, Courtney 614, but hello again.
the highest likely individual that maybe committed the crime.
So this is not going to be the start of the investigation.
No, this is very much towards the very end. They might have most of them have already been interviewed several times prior to coming to us. It's completely voluntary.
It says, as Sergeant Thompson explained, at the point someone is subjected to a polygraph, it is expected that investigators believe this individual is responsible for the crime. Oh, thank you, Criminal Network, for becoming a member. Welcome to Speculation Station. I'll play the clip. That'll make Eek happy. Thank you so much, Criminal Network, for becoming a member. And thank you again, Stephanie and Eek and Abellis and all of those who, oh my goodness, who have gifted memberships. Oh my goodness. Criminal Network, thank you. Criminal Network just gifted 20 allegedly speculating memberships. Thank you so much. If you guys were gifted a membership, please tell them thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I just played the clip, so I won't play it again. Thank you so much for doing that, and thank you for this video. I also dropped Criminal Network's link to their YouTube channel in chat if you guys would like to go watch this by yourselves without my commentary. And there's also a second part to this video. Thank you guys. Y'all are so sweet. I love my speculating family members. Y'all are amazing.
Things in the past where you've addressed this person or persons directly. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
I didn't catch that last part, but y'all can go back and read it.
They're watching. They're watching. And we'll meet them soon. We'll meet them.
It says 3 days after this interview, Sergeant Thompson and her daughter were red-rummed in a house fire. Criminal Network says at the house fire, the power was out. Don't you think they would have heard something? Wow. Interesting. So again, arson would be my first thought.
Because when we make an arrest, the second step of this is the prosecution. You know?
Right. That's most important, right?
Yeah. I mean, we get the guy arrested, have enough evidence to make sure it's the right person. We got the right guy.
Love, I'm on a computer. I can't, well, I don't know how to right now either, Love, because I can't click on a membership because it's my channel. But I will look it up and do a community post on how to turn it on or what to do from the iPhones and from the computer, and try to have those links ready if y'all come back, or when y'all come back, hopefully, to hang out. Hey, Whitebird. Thank you for being here, Whitebird. Nice to see you. I appreciate you listening.
People that are standing behind me before we get started here, you got Lieutenant Tom McKee from the Indiana State Police Post at Lafayette, Jeff Liggett, or Tony Liggett, sorry, from the Delphi, Carroll County Sheriff's Department.
Thank you, Hello Kitty. That was sweet.
Kevin Hammond from the Carroll County Sheriff's Department.
Police have arrested and jailed 50-year-old Richard Allen in connection with the double murder.
A portly middle-aged dad who works at a CVS?
Nearly 6 years after the murders, authorities decided to review all tips, prompting investigators to take another look at Richard Allen.
Certainly have seen all sorts of twists and turns, haven't we?
Absolutely.
And we're not done. To a successful conclusion.
Our client's the wrong guy. We want things unsealed, but that's how confident we are in our client. That's how confident we are that the evidence is nothing for us to worry about.
We've been waiting.
It went up. Hold on. So Becky said, did you hear about the house fire near Delphi that red-rummed 4 kids? There's a lot of fire deaths in that area. Yeah, I've heard about it, but I haven't looked into it a lot. That was called the Flora fires. I need to look into it more.
Waiting so long for justice to be served.
Right, Stephanie?
Still, this isn't necessarily a slam dunk case in that respect. The evidence is circumstantial. I want to see justice done, and I want it done to the right person. And this is not the easiest case to prove in that respect.
We have both been forced to immediately abandon employment, myself due to incarceration, and my wife for her personal safety. She has had to abandon our house for her own safety. What little reserve there is will fail to even maintain the original residence. Again, I throw myself at the mercy of the court. Please provide me whatever assistance you may. Thank you for your time in this most urgent matter. Sincerely, Richard M. Allen.
Many folks across the state, country, and even the world have taken a particular interest in Carroll County, Indiana, to ask the question, why did this happen? And are your children truly safe in Carroll County? And then came the seemingly orchestrated arrest of Richard Allen, who many of us believe is an innocent man. The proceedings in his case have been cloaked in secrecy and have many scratching their heads asking if there's something deeper going on here. While the powers that be in Carroll County are more than happy to see this man go down for this crime without much regard at all for his rights to due process and making sure they have the right person behind bars.
Hello, Emily Flotilla. Thank you for being here. I appreciate that. Okay, Toxic Orchard. I'm gonna get with you about what we talked about.
Just to add some of my concluding thoughts here, you know, we can sit here and talk about all the violations of Allen's constitutional rights, such as his right to choice of counsel that is guaranteed under the 6th Amendment of the U.S. Constitution, as well as his rights to be present at all critical points of the proceedings and rights to due process, have been ruthlessly and inhumanely violated by Carroll County and Judge Fran Gall.
This is why you better believe we're all still watching.
It's time for you guys to start being journalists.
Before an angry Andrew Baldwin left the courthouse, 13 News overheard him speak.
That was when Judge Gull made them get off the case, and that spoke volumes to me when I heard him, and he said it's time for you guys to start being journalists, basically saying it's time for you to start writing this down and getting this information out there. I mean, it gave me goosebumps to hear that man say that, like he did.
Speaking to Richard Allen's wife, saying, "It ain't over. The world's watching. The world sees what's going on."
As I said early on, there was no playbook. But we have one now.
Dennis says, I live in Bradstown, Kentucky. Bradstown? Oh my gosh. That is a rabbit hole. In Bradstown, it was like, I can't remember. It was like 4 or 5 people in a small town that were red rum. If you look into Bradstown and what happened there, like, it'll blow your mind. I remember I've looked into that stuff before. I went down that rabbit hole. It's been a while, but yeah, there's some interesting stuff there. Criminal Network says records sealed, gag order on family, lawyers, and enforcement, and no cameras in the courtroom. It's more than just something fishy, right?
Who said that? What ignorant, low down, slanderizing son of a bitch said that? It was all okay. It was all okay. Nothing seems the same. Seems the same.
So this is pictures of the crime scene. Jenny Jen became a new member. I didn't know that you weren't a member, love. Thank you for that. I appreciate that, my lovely Jenny Jen. Juan Soto, hello and welcome. Thank you for being here. Juan says, what a effed up case. Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Excuse me.
I can't. Again, I'm not going to talk about what we know or about what I think. I must talk about what we know. And there are some things that we know that I just simply cannot release.
Somebody knows.
Somebody knows who this murderer is. Somebody knows. I can't explain all the things that I know.
That's because only police and the killer know.
He has no idea what we know. Don't pretend to know.
I do believe someone out there does know something, but they don't know they know it.
I still believe somebody knows. Somebody knows what happened.
You all know what we know, and we know what you know,
Somebody out there knows something.
I want the killer to know that we know more than what he thinks we know.
There's a good chance that we know who they are.
Somebody out there specifically knows something about this case.
You say eventually the world is going to know.
We know a lot. They didn't even know it. They didn't even know it at the time.
Stephanie says, I hope he's freed on Veterans Day. It would be awesome to have a verdict of not guilty. Just, from my feelings on Veterans Day, it'll still take a little bit for him to get out because they have to process the paperwork. And if they want to drag their feet on it, they could keep him in there for an extra week, which would be BS, but they can do it. I've seen it happen. I did post on my community post, times somebody had dropped in my Discord for me. I think it was Zayo actually. The times the jury deliberated for high profile cases. And I posted that on my community post. If you guys want to take a look at that, hours of deliberations versus the verdict that people got in high profile cases. So that could help us. I'm concerned, to be honest. I'm concerned. I hope that we get a mistrial, a hung jury, or not guilty. Jenny, thank you for saying that.
You're going to hear more in just a minute about what we know. And we need to talk about what we know, not what we think. You should expect us to only talk about what we know. We want to completely put all the pieces together and tell you what we know, not what we think.
Because there's only certain people that know.
Somebody knows something somewhere.
Somebody knows.
That's the difference between us. We have to talk about what we know, not what we think.
What it is we know. He knows what's happening. He knows what's happening nationally. He knows what's happening locally. He knows who's covering the story and what's being said. There are things that we know that only the killer would know.
We know what happened there. It wasn't popular at the beginning. And we know what happened.
We don't know. Somebody out there knows who this person is.
Somebody's going to know something, and somebody's going to turn it in.
He knows.
Somebody's living with this person and they know it.
We want answers, and somebody knows.
Somebody out there knows something.
So somebody that knows something about this will be able to one day tell you what we know and why. We don't want to show the complete picture.
Yeah, because the staged evidence and a bridge guy has a mask and disguise on. I could see that for sure. Gerald Campbell, thank you for being here. Gerald says, I believe from watching in Scotland that there is something wrong in this case. I do too. Thank you for being here all the way from Scotland. Scotland in the house.
Of what we know.
Someone out there knows this person or persons.
Somebody knows who this person is that caused such evil.
Somebody knows something.
Because the individual or individuals that did it, only they know what they did. Somebody out there knows who this individual is. Someone knows who this individual is. No one will ever know.
No doubt.
No one will ever know.
No doubt.
Because somebody out there knows. Somebody knows.
There's someone out there who knows something.
Because I truly believe, Doctor, that somebody out there knows this guy. Somebody knows something.
What we know is what we know, and we're not ready to talk about that yet. There's been some criticism of me, and I'm willing to take that. I can't explain all the things that I know.
We don't want the killer to know that what we know.
He has no idea what we know, but one day he will. What we know and what we don't know. What only the killer would know that we know. Eventually, I'll be able to tell the world what we know. And you want to know what we know.
Somebody knows.
Somebody does know.
Somebody.
Absolutely.
Right, Hello Kitty? Okay, so I'm thinking that that's the 4 children that they were just referring to in the Flora fire. And our lovely criminal network put their pictures and put Liberty, Carolee, Abigail, Kira, Keone, and Kenya. Or Kiana, excuse me. Kiana, Keone, Kiara, Carolee, Liberty, and Abigail. I just wanted to make sure I got those names as close to right as I could. And we do want justice for all of these people. Again, this is going to be from our lovely criminal network, and what a lot of great information that was. I really appreciate the person who sent this to me, and I'll show you their channel again. I have an article that I can read real quick. I've got to go after that because I got to go do dinner, and on Sunday nights we have church here at the house. So this is Criminal Network. This is their channel. I've dropped it in the chat box, and I will drop it in the description. Please go check him out. There's a lot of great information there, and there is a second part to this video. Hopefully we can watch it tomorrow while we do the verdict watch. I'm going to pull up this article real quick. Thank you again, Criminal Network, for all of that wonderful information and allowing me to use your video. That was awesome. Like I said, what a lot of great information. So I'm going to pull up this article real quick and we can read it. I want to ask you to keep an open mind. There's a lot of information in here. I want to give you a trigger warning. Let me make sure that you can see it before I start reading it. Because it talks about Ron Logan and the FBI stuff, which I found very informative. One of my people sent me this in Discord. So I'm going to make sure real quick that you can see it and that I'm not muted. Okay, I'm not going to be able to see you guys while I'm reading this, so I'm just going to show it to you. So it's called Delphi Murders, Indiana. Corruption exposed, white supremacy, sheriffs, Indiana State Police, correctional officers, Odinism, Astru, Vinlanders, Norse pagan cult militia, dirty prosecutor, crooked judge, small town government, USA, the good old boys, racially motivated hate crimes. And it shows a picture of these people who I don't know who they are. Y'all might, who appear to be in an Odinism cult thing. You can see the way the bodies were laid right below that. And it shows you a picture of the Hanged Man tarot card and the Magician tarot card. I'm going to scroll down past this real quick because there's medications on this table and a bottle of alcohol. And it does have somebody's name on it. And I don't know who it is, but I don't want to be putting that information out there like that. So this person writes Halladal, and again, this is just a person writing, but I found it informative. So it's titled Halladal, November 10th, 2024. This person says, I've personally experienced psychotic episodes and understand the impact of medications like Haldol. I'm not proud of it, but I've been through various drug-induced episodes, even coming close to death twice. When I'm over-medicated, I become someone unrecognizable, a version of myself that feels like a shell, similar to blacking out from alcohol, but without drinking. It's a disassociated state that can last from hours to months. And for the most part, people return to their, quote, real selves afterwards. In my case, I had entire days and weeks I'll never remember with only others' accounts to piece them together. These episodes involved actions that felt entirely out of character, things that cross lines that I never would do if I were fully in control. Anybody who has unfortunately dealt with drugs and things like that can understand that perspective. They say, this brings me to Richard Allen's case. I imagine going from working at CVS Pharmacy to being paraded naked in prison by the highest ranking correctional officers at Westville who are Odinists, leaving him dehumanized with a dog collar and chain as the inmates cheered him on. Allen was a family man with a history of depression and anxiety, likely taking medications like Prozac to manage. But when someone is administered Haldol, especially without their consent, it can turn them into someone entirely unrecognizable. Based on my experiences, Haldol shots can make someone into a, quote, monster, completely altering their behavior to the point where they can destroy their lives without any awareness of what they're doing. Now, I don't know that he was paraded naked and had a dog chain and collar on. I don't have any way of verifying that. I don't think that we ever will. I'm just giving you what I read here because I found it interesting nonetheless. So take it with a grain of salt, but there is some good information in here. Back to the article, it states, in Allen's case, he reportedly confessed to things while in a psychotic state. I want to make sure I'm not muted. Okay. I will read the comments in just a second. In Allen's case, he reportedly confessed to things while in a psychotic state, even engaging in extreme humiliating acts. Knowing the effects of these drugs firsthand, I believe these actions likely came from his compromised mental state rather than genuine intent. His initial interrogation showed him as his usual self, but in custody under heavy medication, he became someone else. This transformation should be taken seriously. No justice will be served for Abby and Libby if he's convicted under these conditions. Let's look at the evidence. First, the unspent bullet as evidence has been factually debunked. There's zero physical or forensic evidence like DNA linking Allen to the murders. The confessions, from a recovering addict's perspective, they seem entirely unreliable. Produced under intense psychosis, influenced by Haldol, Prozac, and possibly drugs introduced without his knowledge. Once someone enters such a state, sometimes they may never fully return to who they were. Further, the jury is now being asked to see Richard Allen as, quote, bridge guy, despite the lack of, despite the lack of substantial evidence. The sketches can't even be used at trial under Sheriff Liggett, and Sheriff Liggett admitted the bridge guy video is AI manipulated. In 2017, the FBI served a search warrant explicitly naming Ron Logan as a suspect and asserted that the voice saying down the hill belonged to him based on a voice analysis. Now, how is Allen supposed to defend himself against three conflicting investigations, one led by elected Sheriff Tony Liggett and others involving officials from the FBI? The inconsistencies in these cases suggest that the state is hoping we'll overlook the glaring issues, but people are paying attention. Allen deserves better than this circus of an investigation and trial. Lastly, if prosecutor Nick McLeland is alleging that Richard Allen is bridge guy, why can't FBI agent Nicole Robertson present the 2017 investigation findings that named Ron Logan as bridge guy? That same investigation connected Logan's voice to the command down the hill. In case you didn't hear, Judge Gold did not allow Ron Logan's name to be used in their defense, including a long list of other names. In rural Indiana, local, okay, I don't, you can read that word right here. I'm not going to say it. I don't like that word. From Carroll County have more power than the FBI. In 2021, ISP and Undefined Command removed the FBI completely from the Delphi case. Richard Allen is being swept into a whirlwind of conflicting narratives and manipulated evidence. We need clarity, not confusion, if we are going to get real justice for Abby and Libby. Keep fighting the good fight because our voices are louder than ever. Free Richard M. Allen. And it says, imagine when the world tells the jurors that Richard Allen is not the bridge guy. He can't be. When the FBI said in 2017 that the voice saying down the hill and the bridge guy is Ron Logan. And look, I am so not even with this. This is Criminal Network. I'm sorry, Criminal Network. I am not here today. So yeah, go to his page. I'm not going to continue reading all of it because I unfortunately don't have time. But this is, it appears to be from Criminal Network because it's titled Unfiltered Criminal Network. I could be wrong about that. Okay, yeah. Criminal Network says, if interested in crime scene photos on that same blog, if you scroll all the way down, look for It Was a Ritual After All, and there's a small box under it. So, Oh, no, it's okay. I have issue with the term like hillbilly and stuff because I am a hillbilly, but I'm not inbred. But I just don't, I just don't read it out loud. Need some Z's. Thank you for being here. So I'm going to link this in the description box because it is 6:30 and I really have to go. We can continue reading it tomorrow if you guys would like. I'm going to link his blog in the description box below so you guys can check it out. And with that, I'm going to have to go for the day. But I want to sincerely thank you all for being here today. And I will again link Criminal Network's blog and page in my description box. If you're watching this on the replay, please don't forget to hit the like and subscribe. And thank you all, you wonderful speculating family members, for being here. Need some Z said, funny though, from summaries, Richard Allen was asked in his interrogation if he knew Ron Logan. I wonder if the jury caught that and wondered why they brought up the name and never heard it in trial. Great question. Great question. I hope to see you all here tomorrow. Hi, Kim French. Thank you for being here. I am live every day at 1:30 Eastern Standard Time. So if you guys want to come hang out and chat, feel free to do so. We are very open, and I love all of everybody's opinions, thoughts, and speculations. And with that, I have to go get dinner, and we do church on Sunday nights in my little family. So I will see you all tomorrow, and I hope you have the best night ever. Bye.
Listen up, I gotta tell you, there is something you should